Good morning, everybody. Welcome to this special event, the last of the GEMP thematic series. I am Dan Tartaglione, and this is the event. About to post the pairings, get this event all started. Give me 1 second, everybody. But we have 10 players who are going to be battling it out in this final event. No issues yet, so let me go ahead and post up the pairings onto the forums, and then we will be good to go. Going to be doing this as a... We're going to be dual boxing today, obviously. Red zoning it is another way of calling it if you're familiar with American sports. It is a 4-game tournament with a final... I don't want to say a final confrontation, but it is going to be a 4-game event with not so much a final confrontation, but like just a 1-game winner take all scenario. The winner will the highest ranked player going into it will have the advantage of picking the side, and then once we get into it, yeah. Let me go ahead and post up here. Okay, so first games we got Steven Yeager versus Chad Lawrence. Steven playing dark. Again, the first player is going to be playing dark. The second player will be playing light side. Let me just bounce this over here, bounce this over here. Okay, Chris Kelly versus Pat Johnson. I think we're going to start with that one. AJ Hatum versus Wayne Cullen. I like that match too. Garrett Larson versus Jason Randall. And Bill Kafer versus Mike Pistone. So we got a lot of exciting games to choose from to start off. I think, like I said, we're going to start off with the Pat versus Chris Kelly. The reason I'm picking that one, because I feel like I want to. Once we get the games going, you guys will see. But that one, I think, has the potential to be an exciting and interesting match. Not one that we see a lot of. So, I'm going to go pull that one up. Got to maneuver my screen a little bit. And like I said, eventually we will be having a dual box going. Okay, so we got any methods necessary, a stunning move versus Hitco. Mains versus what it looks like to be destroyer droids. And I have been given the permission to give out some stuff today from our marketing advocate. So if you're looking to, if you're just watching and not able to participate today, I'll be giving out some GEMP packs and maybe some other goodies as well. Also, the design advocate and marketing advocates today released the text spoilers for the preview set. Make sure you guys go check those out. They look really good. Chris Kelly just played in the Jawa Cup where he could play Hitco and decided against it. I feel bad that he didn't play Hitco against me. So Pat, he already plays his We Must Accelerate Our Plans. He goes out and gets the Blockade Flagship Bridge. And looks like he plays Point Man, and then will just pass his turn, saving 4 force. And I'll be right back. I need to get my coffee. Yep. Okay. So we are on Chris's turn. He does activate. And he goes out and gets the Helm 1 docking bay. No, Justin. This is actually the Hera's Hyper's Heist, the last of the GIMP thematic series. We have 10 players today. So thank you all for tuning in. Some of the other matches are Mike Pistone playing Obi-Wan Communing versus Taco Bill playing ISB. Wayne Cullen playing the Hunt for the Droid General versus AJ playing the Thrawn objective. And then we also have Garrett Larson playing the SSA Desert Landing Site versus Jason playing Quiet Mining Colony. And then last but not least, Steven Yeager playing Thrawn versus Chad with There Is Good in Him. So, into Pat's turn, he is in his move phase. See that all that he did was activate. And then as Chris plays Quite a Mercenary V to go grab Chewbacca Protector. So, no Han Chewing the Falcon for Chris Kelly. And like I said, I will be bouncing around, checking up on some of the other games. Let's go ahead and get into one of them right now. As we're going to go check on the Mike Pistone versus Bill Kafer. Let me change that. Obviously, that's not supposed to be what it is. Okay, so that one's that. There we go. So again, our feature game is Chris Kelly versus Pat Johnson. Our live look-in game is Bill versus Mike. Mike again playing Obi-Wan Communing versus Bill playing ISB. A little surprised to see Bill playing ISB. We are in Chris Kelly's turn. He does go out and gets the Profundity docking bay, but that is all he does as Pat activates. It looks like both players just have 14-card hand and are just amassing their hand to wait and see what the other player does. In our live look-in, Bill goes and deploys Admiral Piet, so he's starting to get out his space fleet. And it looks like Mike is going with the Team 5 version of Obi-Wan Communing with Walkling, Saitor Calfast, and I Must Be Allowed to Speak. Okay, so here is the first point of action. I'm going to make it bigger, and trust me, Timo, I know what I'm doing. But I'm willing to listen, and yeah, I mean, bouncing around is... I don't want to... It's hard. Okay, so Pat is going to deploy some droidicas. There's a destroyer droid as well going down to the docking bay. Chris has 11 cards in his force pile, so he's going to have a lot to come down with. There's another droidica coming down for 3 force. Chris does deploy his Yavin Sentry Shield, so the droidicas will cost a little bit more. See, Pat moves into his move phase. Expect that one droidica to move over. That will allow him to move the prisoner, the Insidious prisoner, over to the docking bay as well. So Pat again going with the Where Are Those Droidicas V, You Cannot Hide Forever, and Crossfire. I don't think Pat is going to want to get rid of the You Cannot Hide Forever because all of Chris's Jedi are defense value -1. Moving into Chris's turn, he's got 12. He's going to have 23 cards in his force pile. That's a lot of force. We know that he has Chewbacca Protector in his hand, but again, with a 14-card hand, you got to think of like he's got to have a Luke somewhere in those other 13 cards. He has Like My Father Before Me on the table, so he has the possibility of getting a lightsaber. He's going to probably have some other form of character down as well. Ahsoka Tano is a really good character in this matchup. Okay, here we go. Luke Skywalker, Jedi Knight, going down to the Invisible Hand docking bay. Chris uses Twilight as Pawn Me to get himself to just check out his deck, see what's in there. I'm assuming it's going to be looking for a lightsaber at this point. Pat uses Force Push and Prod Racer Collision to make Chris put an interrupt in there out of play. So really solid move by by Pat there. There goes impressive, most impressive. And the Force Push Pod Racer Collision goes to the use pile. There's the Luke's lightsaber coming down from Chris's hand. Daughter of Skywalker V. She's pretty good against these destroyer droids and droidicas. Chewbacca going down for 2 force. Again, Chris is on the 7 side of his objective. And there's a Han with heavy blaster pistol. So now Chris is showing that he's got at least 2 Destiny there. I am expecting him to get out some more. And he goes into his draw phase. He's going to draw some cards. I'd kind of expected to see him attempt to retrieve his interrupt with the objective. And he will attempt to do that. Pat does not have the Secret Plans shield out, so Chris will not have to pay 1 to retrieve here. Pat does not want to stack a card on I Feel the Conflict. I like that move. Real quick, let's go ahead and check it on another game really quick. AJ versus Wayne. AJ, both players are on the 7 side of their objectives already, and it looks like both players have 4 cards in their lost pile. And if you're not familiar with this Hunt Down the Droid General deck, it's has the potential to do a lot of quick damage. If you are the dark side player, you kind of want to keep them on the 0 side. I mean, it's not necessarily the easiest thing to do. But AJ is spreading out in space, where Wayne only has an Anakin Skywalker Padawan learner and a clone trooper at Geonosis. Back over into our feature match. It is on to Pat's turn. There's a battle plan shield from Chris. Unfortunately, Pat probably is not going to want to pay the drain here, as he's only able to drain for 1. He'll attempt to go get himself a Invisible Hand Sight or a non-unique Separatist Droid using his objective. Looks like to me he is missing one other sight, but he's going to go with down some Droideka. So there's a Droideka going down to the docking bay. Now for Pat to flip, all he has to do is move all the Insidious Prisoner to the Invisible Hand, and then he will be flipped. Chewbacca is going to cancel the Droideka's game text. That is the power of the Chewbacca. And coming down with some other droids as well. There's a P-59 and a Newt Gunray. Neither of them will flip Chris back. And it looks like Pat is going to be okay with just moving all the other Droidekas and the Destroyer Droid over to the Invisible Hand, thus flipping him. Now he's going to have some interesting things that he can do. So for those who are not familiar with the 7 side of a valuable stunning move, it is a valuable hostage. While this side up, the immunity to attrition of opponents' Jedi, starships, and vehicles is limited to less than 5. So Luke Skywalker, Jedi Knight, who has all that nice immunity, it's capped now at 5. And then during the control phase, if the Insidious Prisoner is with a Separatist character on the Invisible Hand, your opponent will lose 1. And then during his turn, Pat will be able to look through his force pile, take a card, and if Chris doesn't like it, he can lose 2 force to send it to the use pile. So Pat will utilize his objective to take a Droideka out of his force pile. Does not look like Chris wants to lose any cards, so the Droideka will go to Pat's hand. Chris is going to play Ironly Hope to go give himself a Yoda's Hut or a Death Star 2 sight. Probably a Death Star 2 sight here. Yep, as he pulls the Chasm Walkway, Ironly Hope goes to the use pile. And we will move into Chris Kelly's next turn. Pat does save himself 4 cards in his force pile, though. Chris activates 12. And there's a Master Destroyers from Pat as a use interrupt. That is going to make Luke power -2, and he's not going to be able to fire any weapons. Chris immediately grabs it. So no Luke's lightsaber for Chris Kelly. However, he still has Han with heavy blaster pistol there. Chris will use the 7 side of his objective to look at the top card of his deck, and then he will just take it into hand. Chris with 13 cards in his force pile here. You got to think he's going to come down with something, because right now Pat is overpowering Chris by 2. However, both players are going to be getting 2 Destiny, but Pat has a lot of Droidekas sitting there. Well, Droidekas, a Destroyer Droid, and P-59 himself. Chris still in his deploy phase here, thinking about what he wants to do. Now, again, after he takes that top card of his deck into hand, he will have to shuffle his reserve deck, so unfortunately he doesn't know what is on top of his deck. Chewbacca will cancel Newt Gunray's game text, so now Pat will only receive 1 Destiny there, I believe. No, I'm sorry. At least he should be getting 2, because he has ability and the droid Dekaz add 1 Destiny. There's Ahsoka Tano for Chris. I told you she was going to come down at some point. The good thing about her is all of Pat's Destiny are going to be -1, and she's immune to permanent weapons. Well, if I'm looking correctly, those are 6 characters there for Pat that all have permanent weapons. As he does point out that he is not a fan of her in the chat. There is Lando Calrissian Scoundrel giving Chris another Battle Destiny. There's scanner text coming down as well. Allows you to initiate for free. If you just initiate, you can may draw the top card of the reserve deck. Total Battle Destiny and forfeit values may not be increased here, but they may be reduced. Chris puts a card from his hand onto the top of his force pile with Like My Father Before Me. Interesting move because, like I said, he can initiate for free, but he's going to come down with Lieutenant Blount as well. Chris is not a fan of ISB, and unfortunately, there are players playing it today. Chris initiates for free. Again, Chris has 3 Battle Destiny. Pat has 2. Chris takes the top card of his reserve deck into hand with scanner text. Chris with the first action of the battle. Expecting to see either Daughter of Skywalker or Han with heavy blaster pistol user game text. Probably Daughter of Skywalker. Again, Newt Gunray has his game text blanked right now because of Chewie Protector. Yep, Daughter is going to attempt to cancel the game text of P-59. As long as he draws pretty well here. He draws a 1. Not necessarily the card you want to draw there. However, that should be enough to do it. As P-59 does not have an ability score, his game text is now canceled. Pat will start off by firing a droideka at Luke Skywalker. Chris plays Blaster Defection to cancel the weapon targeting. No response yet from Pat on whether or not he wants to grab that. But I am assuming that action will move over to Chris Kelly here, and Pat's still thinking about whether or not he wants to grab it. Chris will play Jedi Presence, doubling all of the power of all of his non-Jedi characters. So he will target Ahsoka. So Chris goes up to 63 in power. A droideka will attempt to target Luke. Draws a 2. I do not think that will do it. No, Luke is defense value 3 here. Action moves back over to Chris. Han with heavy blaster pistol will attempt to shoot at the droid or destroy droid. Pat plays O switch off to cancel the targeting. Checking up on another game. I'm not going to show it right now as we have an exciting fight over here between Chris and Pat. Garrett versus Jason. Garrett just moved Darth Vader, Dark Lord of the Sith, and a Prince Shizor with Ellis Halrot in front of Jason's Figurin Dan in the modal nodes and Yoxkit. He does choke the Figurin Dan, and that's not good for Jason. The Droideka again misses. Luke just dodging the shots from the Droidekas left and right. The Destroyer Droid will attempt to shoot Luke. Pat draws a 5. That's going to do it, though. So Luke will be hit. He will retain his forfeit value, though. But there's Wounded Warriors. Now Luke is power 0. He may not apply his ability toward drawing Battle Destiny. However, Chris still has 3 Battle Destiny already in this fight. And unfortunately, Chris is still power 49. Chris with 1 force loss to satisfy for the Destroyer Droid. He'll lose the Death Star 2's Chasm Walkway from his hand. The Droideka will attempt to shoot at Chewie. Draws a 5. Chewbacca will be hit now. Yeah, all the cool kids want to go to the docking bays. So Pat already attempted to shoot Luke with 2 Droidekas. He shot Chewie with 1. So he should have 1 more shot left. He will activate a force with the Droideka. Nope, we do go to Battle Destiny. Chris draws an 8 for the first one. Draws a 5 for the second one. And he'll draw a 7 for the last one. No Destiny 6 cards for Destiny there for Chris Kelly. That's going to bring his total up to 69. Pat, again, getting 2 Battle Destinies himself here. He draws a 2 for the first one. And it only becomes a 1, again, because of Ahsoka. And he'll draw a 3. So Pat's going to be at 29. He'll be down by 40. That's pretty insane if you're Chris Kelly. Chris will have to lose 4 into attrition. Pat will have to lose 40 in battle damage. Again, Pat will have to stack a card onto I Feel the Conflict. Stacks a Maul Sith Infiltrator from his hand. Chris will be able to now peek at the top 2 cards of his reserve deck with his epic event, His Destiny. Chris, again, has to lose 4 here. I'm expecting it to be either Lieutenant Blount or Lando. No, he just loses Chewbacca, who still has his forfeit value. And now we go to the Pat's damaged part. There goes Newt Gunray. Chris has to forfeit Luke Skywalker here. To the loss pile with you, Luke. And now Pat still has 34 in battle damage. There goes a Droideka. Expecting to see a few more Droidekas go to the loss pile here. Followed by another Droideka. Still got 2 left. Yet another. And here goes a destroyer droid. The last Droideka. And P-59. Now Pat still has 15 in battle damage. Does he have the Gick? I'm assuming that it has taken him a while here to click on cards, so I'm assuming that he does not have the Gick. And Pat will just concede over to Chris. So Chris will take game 1 in the Hera's Heist. So let's go ahead and bounce out of this one. Let's go ahead and check on who else is going on. We still have 4 other games going on. Well, let's go ahead and move into this Bill versus Mike Pistone game. As it looks like it's a pretty close game. And we move into a battle. We have Han Chewie the Falcon and with the Tantive 4 loaded up with Captain Hera Syndulla, Rey, and it looks like Lieutenant Blount versus the Stalker, Lieutenant Paul Dameron, and Agent Kallus. We're in the middle. Not sure why the numbers are there, as we're still in the middle of drawing Destiny. Again, Bill is on the 7th side of his objective, as Lieutenant Blount is sitting on the Tantive 4. We were in the middle of Fury. So there goes a Rey to the lost pile. Bill still has to lose 12. There goes We Must Accelerate Our Plans. Lieutenant Paul Teardom. And Agent Kallus all to the lost pile for Bill Kafer. Captain Kurgi, Officer Evax, and it looks like Admiral Ozzel are all on the Avenger. Major Portagaz are at Tatooine with Master Luke and Leia Rebel Princess sitting at the Cantina. So again, still a fairly close game, and this one is definitely one that anybody can take. And right now we have 2 players playing Thrawn, and let's go ahead and check up on this one because we just see that Steven Yeager, who is playing Thrawn, goes ahead and plays. They've shut down the main reactor on a Han Chewie the Falcon. We are in the middle of Chad's deploy phase. We have Thrawn versus There Is Good in Him. Luke chilling at the docking bay. Qui-Gon chilling over at the battle planes with the Han Chewie the Falcon up in space against a Tyrant with Tractor Beam and Admiral Ozzel. We have a Thrawn deck that is running Tractor Beams. Where's Batmouse? Oh, that's right. Batmouse is currently in Vegas, living it up, playing in Nevada States. Okay, going back to our main game, Bill will start draining at the Tatooine Spaceport docking bay, and then he'll be able to drain as well at the antechamber. Mike loses a Leia Rebel Princess. And he'll lose Leia's blaster rifle. That's not a good card to lose. Drains for 2 at Idriadu. There goes Run, Luke, Run. And a grappling hook. Again, all these games today their timers have been reduced so that the players will only have a 35-minute timer. Bill plays No Escape. That's going to allow him to get Lieutenant Agent Callus from his lost pile back into his hand. Callus goes on to the Stalker. Bill reveals the top 2 cards of his reserve deck and will take 1 into hand. He reveals Deputy Director Harris Ison and an Admiral Shiranu. Quick update on our other game that we were just watching. Chad puts the Han Chewie the Falcon out of play by not using the upkeep cost. So, first of all, it's interesting to see that he's playing the non-virtual Han Chewie the Falcon. And second, he puts it out of play against a space deck. That's not a bad move. That saves him a huge beatdown up in space. Bill puts out Tarkin onto the Stalker. Agent Callus, Director Ison, and Tarkin all chilling on the Stalker. And you know what? Let's go back. Let's go into another secondary game as AJ versus Wayne. We currently have Captain Rex and a clone trooper armed with a blaster rifle against a Blizzard 8 with General Veers. The clone trooper attempts to shoot down the Blizzard 8. Draws a 3. The clone trooper will allow him to take it and cancel it and redraw. There's a 5. AJ says he forgot that he can cancel it and redraw. 5s will allow Wayne to take that Destiny 5 card in hand. It's a total defense value of 7, and the Walker is hit. AJ draws a 5 for his first Battle Destiny. Draws a 2 for the second one. So he's going to have a total Battle Destiny of 7, and he'll have 16 in power. But unfortunately for him, though, the Walker has been hit by a blaster rifle. As Wayne draws a 4 for his Battle Destiny, as he will lose that fight. But again, getting rid of that Walker there on AJ's turn, of all things, is a pretty good consolation prize if you're Wayne. There goes Blizzard 8 and General Veers to the lost pile. As Wayne loses Captain Rex. Again, both players will be paying to drain in this game, as AJ does not have a ground character or vehicle, and Wayne does not have any starships. We'll definitely come back to that one in a little bit. Bill utilizing, we must accelerate our plans to put some cards back, as we are in Mike Pistone's activate phase. There's a drain of 2 from Mike. He does add to 1 with the lightsaber, Luke's lightsaber, but unfortunately Bill has resistance on the table, so it's going to be capped at 2. There goes Dark Collaboration from 2 Dark Collaborations from Bill's hand. Interesting. Mike throws down the Profundity AI to Coruscant. Bill plays I Can't Shake Him V. That will allow him to deploy an Imperial ability less than 3, except for an Admiral. He'll grab Corporal Vandalay. I Can't Shake Him goes to the use pile. Corporal Vandalay does not bounce an ISB agent back to Bill's hand. Mike checking out and seeing what the 3 cards left in his reserve deck are. Bill also taking a look at them. Again, Tarkin is on the Stalker, so if Bill wants to, he'll be able to cancel a Destiny that is drawn up there. Whether that is going to be a Battle Destiny or a Power Destiny. As Mike is sitting at 24 in power to Bill's 13. Checking up on one game that we haven't really seen yet. We have Garrett Larson versus Jason SSA Tatooine Desert Landing Site versus Quiet Mining Colony. Currently in the middle of Garrett's turn, as he's currently draining. But things are looking pretty good for Jason. See that he's got Ancient Watering Hole on the table. Cloud City looks like Cloud City Celebration, maybe. Yep, that is Cloud City Celebration. So he is going to be retrieving some force and doing quite a bit of damage. But Garrett deciding to come down with Dengar with Blaster Carbine in front of Din Djarin and Maz Kanata. In our feature game, Mike deploys Rey and Anakin's lightsaber onto her in front of Major Portagast and Commander Majeric. He initiates. Let's go back to our feature game really quick. As we have a Lando Calrissian Scoundrel with Rey and lightsaber against Major Portagaz and Commander Majeric. Swing at Majeric, draws a 1. Again, Mike knows what his destiny are, so maybe this is why he's swinging at Majeric. There's a 2. That's not looking good if you're Mike. I mean, it's just enough to get rid of the Commander Majeric. If Bill had a Dark Time for the Rebellion, he would have been able to subtract 1 and keep Majeric there. Back into our other game, as we see that Garrett initiates with Dengar, and he drops down Dr. Evazan and Ponda Baba. He attempts to shoot Maz Kanata. He does hit her, and I'm assuming he will operate on her, sending her to the loss pile. In our feature game, Mike adds 3 to his total power with Obi-Wan, or Master Kenobi. Yep, Maz does go to the loss pile. I don't know if Garrett's going to want to just... if he's going to want to shoot at Din Djarin. However, Jason uses Path of Least Resistance to move Yoda into the fight. As Dengar shoots at Yoda, drawing a 6, that's not going to do it. As he was just 1 short. In the middle of our Destiny draws over here, in our feature game, Bill draws a 3 for Battle Destiny, which he cancels with Corporal Vandalay, takes it in hand. He also then draws Lieutenant Deirdre Miro for a Destiny of 3, takes her into hand, and there's a Darth Vader Emperor's Enforcer that he draws for Destiny. Mike has they're tracking us that will subtract 1, and it's only a Destiny of 0. So Bill taking quite a bit of damage, and Mike will not have to take anything. Bill does have the Gick, though. So he will stick around to fight another day. As we see that Garrett was able to get rid of Yoda after that fight, at the cost of Dr. Evzan and Ponda Baba. Jason loses Yoda, Keeper of the Peace, as he moves some cards around and will pass turn over to Jason. Again, Jason is going to do, again, quite a bit of damage. He's looking at drains of 5 in total and will retrieve 1. As we go back into our main game, it looks like we just had another game end, the AJ versus Wayne game. And if you are interested in all the content and all the stuff that the PC is doing, remember that the 2024 donations program is live today. If you are interested in donating, please go ahead and visit StarWarsCCG.org/donations. A lot of good stuff is given out this year, including the signature Darksaber anthology box. And it does look like Wayne Cullen won game 1 over AJ Hatum. As we still have 3 games left in the first round. And it is a 4-round event with a final confrontation. Bill coming down with Lieutenant Deirdre in front of Ray and Lando Calrissian Scoundrel. Utilizes her game text that will allow him to put a card back and reduce the deploy cost of the next ISB agent by 1. Moff Gideon goes over to the Endor landing platform. Still anybody's game. Grand Admiral Thrawn goes down to the farm. And it looks like Jared has announced that we will be giving out 1 random Dex box to the 10 players today, even though we did miss the minimum of 11 players. So again, we had 10 people sign up, and we're going to be giving away 3 deck boxes today to all of our participants. Again, first and second will receive 1, and a random player as well. So, big thank you to Jared for organizing this, and this is definitely a fun event. As we see that Mike has and we are into Mike's turn after seeing Bill move Colonel Wolf-Galarn and Admiral Piet over in front of Ray and Lando. Mike activates 8. Drains for 2 at the Cantina. And it is only a drain of 2 as Bill has he is satisfying resistance. Up. Gimp does not like me. Let's go ahead and check up on the Thrawn versus Tig matchup. As we see a lot of cards stacked on the art card for Chad. As Luke Rebel Scout is sitting over, and Luke and Ahsoka are sitting over on Lothal. There's a Rey with lightsaber going down in front of Admiral Ozzel. No response from Steve, except there is a secret plans. So Steve trying to satisfy battle plan, but unfortunately Rey with lightsaber coming down will allow Chad to retrieve a force, and then on top of that, he has the possibility of retrieving another force with Rey swinging the lightsaber. I don't like sand, however, will exclude Rey, so that saves Admiral Ozzel at least for 1 turn. Back in our main game, Mike initiates a fight between Admiral Piet and Deidre Miro, after we see that he just got rid of Colonel Wolf Gillard with a sorry about the mess during the control phase. Swings at Piet, draws a 5 for the first weapon destiny. That will hit him. Draws a 5 for the second one, so yep, he is sliced, diced, and hit by Anakin's lightsaber. Mike playing with the AI of Anakin's lightsaber. And there's a clash of sabers on Admiral Piet. Piet will go to the lost pile. Deidre staring down Rey and Lando all by herself. No battle destiny for Bill. We've already seen him use his Gick this turn, or this game. And with Mike drawing 2 battle destiny, things are not looking good for Mr. Bill Kafer. First destiny is going to be at 4, bringing his total up to 14. He still has 1 destiny left, as he adds 1 to it with his effect, and he draws a 7, bringing his total up to 13, as Rey will add 1 to the total battle destiny, making his total power 23. And Bill will concede over to Mike. So big play from Mike Pistone there, as we go ahead and we're going to go ahead and go into Chad versus Steven as our main game, as it looks like Garrett and Jason have ended as well. Looks like, yep, Jason is victorious over Garrett. And we again, this is our last game of the first round in our 4-round event. Interesting enough, all of our winners so far have been light side. So for those who are saying that light side is the stronger side, so far today, you are correct. Steve moves Admiral Ozzel back up onto the Tyrant to save himself a turn as he draws some cards. Chad has no cards in hand. He has 6 cards in his life force. Steven has 13 cards, hand and life. As we are in Chad's turn, he does start his drains. Drains for 2 at the Advanced Projects Laboratory. And let's see, he did drain at the Battle Planes. And then he passes turn over to Steve. Steve threatening drains of 5 in total. I mean, as long as he's able to drain here 4, he's going to make it so that Chad cannot drain on his next turn. There's a drain of 2 plus 1 to the art card. That's going to bring his total down to 3. He just has to get at least 1 more drain in, and he's got 6 cards left, enough to do it. Drains for 2 at Endor. And he'll drain for 1 at Lothal, and that will be it for Chad, as Steven Yeager is our only Dark Side winner for the first round. So let's go ahead and bounce out of our games. This way we can get all of round 2 set up, and we'll get this event rolling. So we're about to get into round 2. Feature match. Let's pull out... Wow, definitely some interesting ones. Definitely some interesting matches for this one. As the pairings for round 2 are being uploaded to Slack and to the forums, so we can get this again going on. Let me see. Where is my? Oh. Looking for my ability to post on the forums, and I realize it's on my third screen. Okay, so let's go ahead and check out some of their matches. We have Wayne Cullen versus Steven Yeager. I think we're going to start with that one. Jason versus Garrett, Mike versus Bill, Chris versus AJ, and then Chad versus Pat. So, some good matches. And like I said, we're going to start with the Steve versus Wayne. Mostly because I think this matchup is going to be very, very fun. Agents in the Court versus... Agents in the Court versus a Cloud City deck, apparently. No, you'll see it in a second. Fen Rao is your rep. Versus Revenge of the Sith, Vader. Mostly streaming this one for the Agents in the Court because I'm excited to see this one. Other matchups include Bill with Rescue the Princess V versus Huntdown. And the rest of them haven't been posted yet. But we see that Steve's going with I Must Be Allowed to Speak, Walkling, and Saitor Calfast. Interesting. Wayne's going with Vader's Malediction, Vader's Machination, and I Am Your Father. Other way around, Jared. Light side went 4-1. With Steve being the only winner for Dark Side. Wayne goes ahead and grabs his security tower with sonic bombardment. As we see Steve go out and get his grabber, Wayne activates 7. That's enough to get himself out a Darth Vader this turn. There's the Coruscant Works, not my favorite card, as I played this deck out in the Indoor Grand Prix and literally had a game where I drew the Coruscant Works twice for Destiny. Streaming and running an event is hard, Timo. I don't want to hear it, mister. I'm too good to play in an event. And Wayne's just getting out a lot of his activation on turn 1. He's got the Coruscant Works, the Cloud City Security Tower, the Mustafar Docking Bay, and Mustafar. And like I said, there is Vader coming down with I Am Your Father, grabbing out a saber. So, solid first turn if you're Wayne. Vader going down to Cloud City. Our other matches are ISB versus the Obi-Wan Communing, and then Watcher Step versus Huntdown. That one that's just old school right there. Watcher Step versus Huntdown. There is Darth Vader's lightsaber going on to Vader. Chris Kelly versus AJ Hatum is the last one. That's another one I kind of want to look at. Yeah, 14 activation on turn 2. That's really insane. I believe the Chris Kelly versus AJ is Hitco versus Revenge of the Sith Vader. There's another sonic bombardment from Wayne. And he'll go ahead and grab the Cloud City Downtown Plaza. As Steve will use Yarna Dal Gargan to go ahead and get himself either an alien, a Tatooine battleground, or the wild card. And Wayne will get a verify, so none of those cards are in Steve's deck. 35 cards and you don't get one. And I agree, Steve. I would be frustrated too. Surprised to see 2 Revenge of the Sith Vaders in the event. And then like I said, we have a Huntdown versus a Watcher Step. How old school is that? Rescue the Princess versus ISB. Interesting. And ISB versus Obi-Wan Communing. So, a lot of fun games going on in this 10-player event. As Steve goes ahead and get himself the farm. Wayne plays There Is No Try. So, with that verification, the fact that Wayne goes ahead and plays There Is No Try tells me that we have at least a sense or alter in the deck for Steve. So, interesting deck. I'm curious to see what is in the rest of this deck for Steve. Wayne gets another verify. And Steve will just draw some cards. So not the first turn that you would want if you're Steve. And as Steve goes ahead and draws up some cards, let's go ahead and check on Bill versus Mike Pistone, a rematch of the first game. As we see that Mike has nothing out except for locations and an I Am Your Father. He was able to get the Blockade Flagship Bridge and Vader's Castle out, as well as the Security Tower. However, Bill has Leia, the Prisoner 2187, with Luke Skywalker, Rebellion's Hope, at the Death Star, with Leia in possession of her blaster rifle, and Luke has his blaster pistol. Wayne does drain, and there goes a mechanical failure and a Jedi Presence. Jedi Presence from Steve. Oh no, I love it. I want to see more Jedi Presence. We saw what Jedi Presence did in our first game with against Pat and Chris Kelly, as Chris was able to get up to 69 in power from one Jedi Presence. We'll definitely be checking up on Mike and Bill in a little bit as well. Again, Pat, one of our other matches is Pat versus Chad. Hunt Down versus Watch Your Step. Pat already has the Pulsar Skate with Rio Durant and Merrick Tarek at Tatooine. He's not flipped. Chad with Darth Vader, Emperor's Enforcer, sitting at his castle. Vonnie is sitting at the Holo Theater. Not to be confused with the Holo Theater that we stream every Thursday at 9 p.m. Eastern. Just as a reminder, this is now the time to go out and vote for your favorite Holo Theater Guest of the Year. We are down to our 3 finalists. They are Brian Avery, better known as Frodo Light, Anthony, I Am the Sheriff of Batmouse Howard, and Timo Dussel Dylan 85, who is in our chat, going for his second Guest of the Year award. All information can be found on the forums. Make sure you guys go ahead and vote on that. Voting does end this Thursday before we stream our end of the year episode. So everybody make sure that you tune into that. It's going to be a fun time. Back over to our main game. Wayne is draining. We see that he did drain, and now he's just drawing up, so he's going to have probably 14 cards in his hand, as we see that he plays Point Man here to put a card back into his deck or into his use pile, and then put the Point Man back to grab any card out of his 6-card force pile. And let's go ahead and check up on one of our other games that is already is essentially a rematch from the last round. Garrett versus Jason, as we see that Jason again is playing ISB. He's got Lieutenant Deirdre at the Executor docking bay, while Garrett has Leia Rebel Princess sitting with Rey and Anakin's lightsaber at Mos Eisley. We are in the middle of turns right here. Garrett passes over to Jason. Jason going with the battle plan, or I'm sorry, the battle order and first strike combo as one of his starting effects. Endor Shield and Imperial Arrest Order. Those two are pretty common though. Back over onto our main game, as we see that Steve goes ahead and plays the Tatooine city outskirts. This way he can start getting out some Jedi. Again, we already saw that he's lost a Jedi presence to the drain at Cloud City. But there's the Tossie Station, a card we don't see a lot of anymore, but is pretty good. If he can get a high, I believe it's forfeit value character there, he can add a lot of activation. I'm sorry, no, it's power of your highest forfeit character here. So, weirdly worded game text, but you know what? That's okay. It's a good place to go get some power converters. And Steve taking his time thinking about what he did. Again, he already has given up 2 verifies. And it doesn't look like he went ahead and checked his deck again before he does this, but he's going to go try and get a Jedi with the city outskirts. See what Jedi he's going to grab. Again, I'm very interested in seeing what this deck does. We don't see a lot of agents in the court. And there's Ben Kenobi, highly underrated Dark Jedi. Or, I'm sorry, Jedi. As Steve goes ahead and gets Obi-Wan's lightsaber onto him. And let's go ahead and bounce back into Garrett versus Jason as we see that Garrett is staring down Darth Vader, Dark Lord of the Sith, in front of Leia and Rey. Jason still has 15 cards in his force pile and 9 cards in hand. However, he's just going to initiate Vader versus Rey and Leia. Attempts to choke Rey. Draws a 4. That's not going to do it. And she needed to draw a 5 or higher. Rey will swing at Vader. Draws a 5. Draws a 3. That's going to hit the Sith Lord. And he'll be forfeit value 0. He's going to play Sacrifice here to restore his forfeit value to normal. As in our feature match, we see that Steve went ahead and moved Ben Kenobi over to the Tossie station. So Vader will have his forfeit value still there. Battle plan from Steve. As we go to Destiny, Jason draws a 2. And Garrett draws a 5. So it is going to be 13 to 8 in favor of Garrett. Vader will go to the lost pile. Garrett still owes 2 into attrition. There goes Leia. He can bring her back with the... Oh, no, he does not have the effect out, so he cannot bring her back just yet. But I think if you're Garrett, you're okay with that as we go into Jason's move phase and then eventually his draw phase. And it will be Garrett's turn. As we see that Wayne does drain, there goes a Clash of Sabers and a Chewie Enraged, both from the reserve deck. Don't see a lot of Chewie Enraged, but I do like it. There goes Wayne going out and getting Colonel Jendon in Vader's personal shuttle. Again, we saw that Wayne has gotten a lot of verifies off of Steve's deck so far, so him getting out Colonel Jendon might not be necessarily a bad thing. Savage Oppress will back it up as a pilot. Who knew that the Sith could fly plane or fly shuttles? Let's go ahead and get into our Hitco versus Revenge of the Sith Vader match. As we see that Lord Vader with Darth Vader's lightsaber is sitting himself over at the Ewok village. AJ already has 5 cards in Lost Pile. Chris only has 2. So interesting to see what happened in that last turn. It looks like Vader just came down by himself and Chris drew and played point man. So not necessarily the most interesting of turns. However, it is on to AJ's turn. Will we see him come down with something to deal with Vader here? definitely want to stay tuned to this match as well. As we see Wayne play Evader Monarch. He's going to use to place random cards from Steve's hand onto his use pile. Wow. Evader Monarch. A card we normally don't see. Usually it's just Monarch. But, however, Steve has the Sense and Recoil and Fear. So he does not want to lose some of the cards that are in his hand. Draws a 1 for the Destiny, so that's going to cancel the Evader Monarch. However, he is going to have to lose his Sense and 2 other cards. There goes Het Nick and a Clash of Sabers. Evader Monarch goes to the lost pile. Sense and Recoil and Fear joins it. Really quick, let's go ahead and go back into AJ's versus Chris Kelly's game. There is a Luke Skywalker Jedi Knight going down in front of Lord Vader. AJ does hit on Luke's lightsaber. There is the Luke's bionic hand as well. So that is a Power 11 Luke Skywalker Jedi Knight versus a Power 7 Lord Vader. AJ does initiate a fight. He's going to exchange a card from his hand to get a card out of his lost pile. He exchanges relatively unprotected with the Force is strong with this one. Vader will swing the lightsaber. There's a blaster deflection from AJ. Chris will grab the deflection. Luke swings at Vader. Draws a 2. Again, these are just the normal value of the Destiny. Draws a 4. So that's not going to hit Vader, as he is defense value 8 right now. In our feature match, Steve goes ahead and gives himself a Luke Skywalker Rebel Scout down to the Tashi station. However, Wayne is looking like he's going to be doing a lot of damage next turn. AJ plays the Force is strong with this one to add a Battle Destiny. Chris will grab that with his Tentacle. And Chris is going to play Force Push to push Vader and Luke out of the battle. So he made AJ use both a Blaster Deflection and the Force is strong with this one in that battle, and then was able to keep Vader against Luke. That was a very good turn by play by Chris Kelly to keep Vader alive. We'll definitely be checking up on that game momentarily, as I do expect Chris to do something against this Luke. And here we go. In our feature match, Ben Kenobi, Luke Skywalker, Rebel Scout, and Lando Calrissian Scoundrel will all neighboring leads from Tatooine to Cloud City to scare down this Vader. The neighboring leads will go to the lost pile, as Vader was there by himself when it was played. So even though the game text is now canceled, it does still go to the lost pile because it was played when Vader was alone. Steve checks out what Destiny he has in his deck. Wayne did get out. Come here, you big coward, to stop Steve's retrieval. Really quick, in our game with Chris Kelly versus AJ, Chris plays Sniper and Dark Strike to get rid of Luke in the control phase. Luke goes away, causes another point of damage with the I Am Your Father V. Then, on top of that, AJ has to lose another force to Revenge of the Sith, as he plays Battle Plan, which will now make it so that Chris will have to pay 3 to drain for 3. So, again, really good turn of events for Chris Kelly. Back into our feature match. We do see that Steve initiates Ben, Luke, and Lando on Cloud City versus Vader. There goes a Rise of the Sith from Wayne's hand. Again, Steve cannot retrieve because Come Here, You Big Coward is on the table. Action is on Steve, as he's going to play Courage of Skywalker to add his ability to his power. So he's going to bring his total power up to 23. And that is 2 Destiny there for Steve. Vader adds a 2 Destiny because he's sitting there against Luke. Checking up on some of our other games. And there's a Jedi presence as well. Again, we're going to stick with this match for a little bit, just because, again, a lot is going on. Steve has a total power of 41 now. And we still haven't seen any lightsabers being swinged by either player. Action is on Wayne, as he will swing Vader's lightsaber at Lando Calrissian, the Scoundrel. Draws a 5 for the first Destiny. Draws a 4 for the second one. And let's see, did he take a card with Vader? I don't think he did. Yeah, he did not take a card with Vader. However, there is, with Lando hit, he's gonna Steve will have to lose a card here. He'll lose the Courage of Skywalker. Obi-Wan swings at Vader, draws a 3 for the first Destiny. Draws a 1 for the second Destiny. That's not gonna hit Vader. Vader will lose his lightsaber to add a Destiny to attrition. It's probably going to end up clearing this site for both players. Again, down by 35 in power, with the dark side player getting 3 battle Destiny and the light side player getting 2. Really quick, let's go back to picture-in-picture as we see that we have a fight with Watch Your Step versus Hunt Down. We have the Emperor's personal shuttle with Grand Moff Tarkin and the Emperor sitting up at Kessel versus a Millennium Falcon with Han Solo, Dash and Outrider, and Milas. The Emperor's shell is power 0. However, he is getting 3 Destiny. Pat getting 3 Destiny as well. Power up 13. Steve draws a 2 and a 2 for Destiny, bringing his total up to 45. Wayne draws a 6 for his first Destiny. Draws a 4 for the second one. And a 5. So he is going to have 21. He will be, or I'm sorry, 25, as he did play Vader's Anger. Draws a 5 for his Destiny to attrition. He's going to be down by 20. Vader covers 8, so he's going to be down by 12 unless he has the Gick here. Back into our second game, as we saw that. Wow, Pat loses Milos to the attrition and then plays Choke to cancel the rest of it. However, Chad has to lose 8 in battle damage. There's the Gick from Wayne, and the site will be clear. Steve does grab the Gick. Interesting. And I think if you're Chad, you're looking at the board state right now. The Emperor with Grand Moff Tarkin, and he's going to lose the Emperor there to the battle damage. Pat, no cards in hand. Chad with 8. As we get back up to our feature match. Okay, it looks like one of the games did end. Let me go ahead and see who it was. And it looked like Mike Pistone and Garrett are both victorious. So Hunt Down defeated Rescue the Princess, and Obi-Wan Commuting defeated ISB. As we are in Wayne's turn, there's a Darth Vader Emperor's Enforcer going down with Lord Sidious to the city outskirts. There's an Applek coming down, and Wayne will lose a force to get Vader's lightsaber back. There goes the downtown plaza to get the lightsaber. Again, we have 3 games going on right now, including our feature match. We have Pat Johnson versus Chad, Chris Kelly versus AJ. Let's go ahead and I'm going to pull up the AJ, as we do have another fight going on. Let's go ahead and look into this one. Lord Sidious with lightsaber against a Luke Skywalker, Rebel Scout, and Obi-Wan Kenobi with lightsaber. There goes Obi-Wan to the lost pile. Again, AJ initiated this fight, so he's going to have to lose first. He loses Obi-Wan, causing a point of damage. Now, if you're Chris, do you lose 7 here, or do you lose Lord Sidious? Let's see. Vader is excluded for some reason. He was clashed. So Chris will peel some cards. There goes... Let's see. He loses Kylo Ren, First Strike. Director Orson Krennic. Uta Guta Solo. General Pride, Point Man, Sonic Bombardment, and that will be enough. So again, Vader is clashed. Lord Sidious, with his lightsaber, is staring down Luke Skywalker, Rebel Scout. So even though Chris had to lose 7 there, the board state is showing that he's in pretty good of a situation. Back over to our feature match. We just saw that Wayne went ahead and pulled always 2 there are with Lord Sidious, and there is Bouch. Undercover Leia going down to Tatooine to block the drain at the city outskirts. As Ahsoka Tano goes down to the Tashi station. Looking up on in our... Oh, wow. I can't believe I did that. Sorry about that, guys. In our second match, we see it is Pat's turn. He has the Pulsar Skate loaded, the Falcon with Han Solo, and an Outrider, all at Kessel, facing down the Emperor's Shuttle with Grand Moff Tarkin. Tobias Beckett goes on to the Outrider as a passenger. Lando Calrissian, or Captain Lando Calrissian, don't forget he's a captain, is at the docking bay all by himself, and Pat initiates. He's throwing 3 Destinies to the one of the Emperor's the personal shuttle. The Outrider Dash Rendar will reduce the Emperor's shuttle powered by 6. So Pat is sitting 17-0 right now. As we go to Destiny, Pat draws a 4 for the first one. Draws a 4 for the second one. Draws a 4 for the third one. In our feature match, we just saw that Wayne went ahead and drained at Mustafar for 2. Steve loses Master Qui-Gon with lightsaber and Jedi presence to the drain. Chad draws a 3 for Battle Destiny. That's not going to get rid of the attrition of all of Pat's starships. Pat wins the fight, and Rio Durant will attempt to steal a starfighter from Chad's deck, or his lost pile. Darth Sidious grabs his lightsaber. So Chad's staring down a lot in damage. He's down by 15. He has the Gick, and this game will continue. On to our feature match. Wayne plays Vader Obsession V to move Darth Vader over in front of Ahsoka. No response yet from Steve. Steve plays Sense and Recoil to cancel it. Draws a 4, so yes, that will cancel it. As we have another fight between AJ and Chris Kelly. Let's go ahead and get into that one really quick. Luke is hit. As AJ is going to swap a card from his lost pile, an interrupt from his lost pile, with a card in his hand. Interesting to see Steve loses Jawa Siesta and a Jawa to the There Is No Try defensive shield. So Jawa Siesta and Jawas. I love it. I love all these little crazy cards. Vader moves over. In our second match, AJ exchanges inconsequential barriers with a Clash of Sabers. Unfortunately for him, though, he's staring down 2 Destiny, and he's already down in power by 4. Sidious, Affleck all move over as well. Chris draws a 5 for the first Destiny. Draws a 4 for the second one. Boosh moves over as well. Yes, Steve is playing Jawa Siesta. He did lose it to There Is No Try. Come on, you gotta enjoy it. Chris loses Grand Admiral Thrawn V. Luke is hit. AJ owes 8 more in battle damage. And he will start peeling. There goes the Death Star 2 Chasm Walkway. As Wayne draws cards from his life force into his hand. Perimeter scan, Neighborin leads. Sorry about the mess. Free ride and Endor Celebration. Young Skywalker, Jedi Resilience, and Anakin Skywalker V, as Luke Skywalker and his bionic hand will go to the lost pile, making AJ lose 1 more card on top of that, as a grappling hook goes as well. So it looks like Chris Kelly is firing on all cylinders today. He really wants that Hera deck box. Again, as our first and second place finishers will receive a deck box, as well as 1 random player that will be decided this Thursday on an all-new episode of Holo Theater. Back over to our main game. It is on Steven's turn, and as we see that Wayne plays a Sonic Bombardment to put some cards back from his hand into his deck. Not going to check it out just yet. However, Pat versus Chad is looking pretty good for Pat, as he just drained for 3 at Kessel. Pat controls space right now. However, Chad controls the ground, as he's got Count Dooku, Vader, Emperor's Enforcer, and Emperor Palpatine all sitting on the ground, all draining for 2 on his next turn. And we have Mike Pistone joining us in chat. Chad loses Vonnie, Emperor's Enforcer, and Point Man. Steve plays Fen Rao and Luke Skywalker Rebel Stout to the farm. And let's go ahead and check up on Pat versus Chad, as we see Lando Calrissian and Wedge Antilles V going down in front of Count Dooku. And that is Count Dooku, which definitely runs the risk of a possible Force Lightning here. In our feature match, Steve throws down Luke's lightsaber and lightsaber proficiency onto Luke Skywalker, Rebel Scout. And Pat will initiate with just Wedge and Lando. Drawing 2 Destiny here. Both players are Power 5. First strike is on the field. So Pat will retrieve 1 and Chad will have to lose 1. Chad losing a Sonic Bombardment. And then he's going to go and attempt to get a Force Lightning. He does grab Force Lightning. Pat did not retrieve, as the top card of his lost pile is Free Ride and Ender Celebration V, a card that will be able to cancel Force Lightning. I learned that the hard way at the Ender Grand Prix. Lando Calrissian Scoundrel going down with Luke to the farm. That allows Steve to pull another card out of his used pile. Pat uses Captain Lando Calrissian to exchange a card with a Destiny 4 interrupt from his reserve deck. Yes, if you are interested, all the cards that we spoiled on Holo Theater from last Thursday are on the forums. You can go check them out. all 6 cards. Definitely interested. I think my favorite card is this transmission terminated card. I don't like Hunt Down. So being able to cancel Visage, cancel the ability to cloak is really good. Pat draws a 7 for his first Battle of Destiny. That is definitely going to crack the immunity of Count Dooku. Draws a 5 for the second one, bringing his total up to 17. Chad draws a 3. That's only going to get rid of one of those characters. And I believe that's going to be a one card in overflow for Chad. So Wedge will go to the lost pile. Dooku and a 4-LOM with concussion rifle V will go to the lost pile as well. So that's going to take 2 away from the drain that Pat would be taking next turn. So now Chad only going to be draining for 4 if he decides to drain. The images have not been released just yet, but I will say this, Mike, as a member of the graphics team, you're going to like them. You're really going to like them. They look really good. As we are in Wayne's turn, he did drain for 2. At Mustafar, there goes a Luke Skywalker Rebel Scout and Control and Tunnel Vision, both from the top of the reserve deck. Going to go ahead and pull up this Chris Kelly versus AJ Hatum match, which is going back and forth. Both players fighting over the Ewok village, as we have Obi-Wan Kenobi versus Lord Sidious and Aplak. Obi-Wan did swing and hit Lord Sidious. Sidious will swing back at Obi-Wan, draws a 4 for the first one. Draws a 2 for the second one. So Sidious not as skillful with the lightsaber as he wanted to be. And there's a clash of sabers on Sidious. He will go to the lost pile, and Aplak will be staring down Obi-Wan by himself. Wayne throws down Grand Moff Tarkin to the city outskirts. Steve has no cards in his force pile, so he's not going to be able to move Boushh. AJ draws a 2 for his Battle Destiny, bringing his total up to 8. And Chris draws a 3. He will also have an 8. As the site is now cleared. Lando was he was not able to participate in the battle, as Chris used turn it off to make it so that he cannot fight. Vader is currently clashed. However, AJ is not able to keep the upkeep on Lando, and he will go out of play. So now Vader is going to be able to drain for a lot. As we did just see that Wayne moved all of his characters over, escaping the undercover spies. So yes, Chris did just drain for 4. There goes Ezra, Cal, Han, Chewie, and the Falcon, and a Kanan Jarrus, all to the lost pile for AJ. Chris sitting at 22 in life force, plus 3 in hand. AJ 14 in hand in life force. So things are looking pretty good for Mr. Chris Kelly. Back over to our main game as we are at the start of Steve's turn. Pat and Chad look like they're still fairly close. Pat with 15 in life force, 4 in hand. Chad 13 in life force, 6 in hand, as we are in the middle of Pat's control phase. Chad does not occupy 4 resistance, so he does have to take a drain of 3 at Kessel. And as we see that Pat just throws Luke Skywalker, Rebel Scout, down to the docking bay with a Talon card. So he's going to get some cards out of his use pile. And that also flips back Chad. Not sure where Pat's Kessel run is. However, he does have 9 cards out of play. Very interesting to see. As one of them is the Kessel run, another one is Walkling. He's got a, as you can see on the screen, he has Free Ride and End Order Celebration, Choke, Control and Tunnel Vision, Out of Commission and Transmission Terminated, 2 All-Wings combos, Moving to Attack Position, and a Kessel run with Walkling, all out of play. As Chad did not play the Useless Gesture V. He played the original one. Lando did move over, and now both players will have to lose 1 to Visage. We'll definitely be checking up on that game in a little bit, as we do go back over to our main game. We are in the middle of Steve's control phase. He's going to be able to drain for 3 this turn if he decides to pay for it. And we do have another neighboring leads. Ahsoka, Fenrau, Luke, and Lando all will move over in front of Vader, Lord Sidious, Aplak, and Moff Tarkin. He does only have 1 card left in his reserve deck, though. There's a You Are Beaten targeting Luke from Wayne. Obi-Wan Kenobi V going down. Now again, the Gick is on the grabber. So Wayne is Gickless at this point. So let's see what's going to happen here. We've already seen 1 Jedi Presence being been played in this game. Will we see a second? No, we aren't into Steve's draw phase. He does save 1 card, so he'll be able to pay for the upkeep on Lando. Currently, he's sitting at power 30 to Wayne's 20. And checking up on Chad versus Pat. Pat plays Cantina Brawl. During his control phase, he has 1 card left in his reserve deck. He draws a 6. And I do believe, as Chad draws a 5, that's gonna clear Kylo and Vader from the Cantina. Holy moly. Pat, happy to get rid of both of the characters now, as he can freely move into the cantina. However, Chad will scoop and concede over to Pat. So, crazy finish for Pat Johnson. So, Pat will take that game. And it looks like, yes, Tris Kelly versus AJ is finished as well. Let me go ahead and pull up that one. So, Chris Kelly is victorious over AJ. As this is the final game of round 2. So Chris Kelly moves to 2-0. The winner of this game will also be 2-0. Wayne just moving around his characters as much as he wants. Again, no fear of undercover spies here. And Wayne will pass turn, pay for the upkeep on at black. And as we go into Steve's next turn. Okay, Steve with 12 minutes left on his timer. Wayne with 16. As we move right along in game 2 of Hera's Hyper Heist. As we are in Steve's turn, he has 7 cards in his force pile. Obi-Wan's going to exchange 2 cards from his lost pile. He exchanged Luke Skywalker Rebel Scout and Het Nick to get back neighboring leads. Interesting. I think Steve's going for one last ditch effort here, again with the Gick on the grabber. He does draw a 1 for Destiny, so he's only going to have to pay 1 force to move all of those characters from that one site, minus Luke, to, he's going to move everybody. And I thought Luke was you are beaten. Nope, he is not. So, yep, everybody moves on over. And he is in the middle of his deploy phase here. Okay, here we go. We have an initiation of a fight. Steve, power 33 to Wayne at power 20. Draw their fire will make Wayne lose a card. As he loses I Am Your Father from his hand. And then he will retrieve it with Aplak, adding to Aplak's power. He'll be sitting at power 26. Steve, with 2 cards left in his hand, 2 cards in his reserve deck. Luke will add his ability to his power, bringing him up to 39. Vader swings at Luke. Draws a 4 for the first Destiny. Draws a 4. That's going to hit Luke. Steve has to lose a card here, as he'll lose Jyn Erso from his use pile. Sniper Darkstrike is now being played as he loses Vader Obsession from his hand. Luke going to the lost pile. That's going to take away 12 power. No, I'm sorry, 17 power. And Revenge of the Sith does another point of ping damage. There's the Jedi presence to double the power of all the other rebels, bringing him back up to 37. He really wishes he had that Luke right now. Vader going to cancel Lando's game text. Seems like the right move, as he was getting an extra Battle Destiny there. Still waiting to see if Sidious is going to swing at Lando. Draws a 1 for the first Destiny. He's going to have to draw at least a 3 here. No response yet from either player regarding the Destiny of 1. As the action is on Wayne. Looks like he might have had a Sith Fury. He draws a 4. That's going to hit Lando, making him forfeit value 0. And Tarkin will add a 3rd Battle Destiny. So again, things are looking pretty good for Wayne, especially being that Steve has no cards left in his hand. And he'll play I Have You Now. That's going to give him 4 Battle Destinies. He should have played that before he got rid of Luke, but it is what it is. Not sure what else Wayne has, but it looks like he's got a pretty strong hand, being that he's got 10 cards left in his hand. That was I Have You Now V. Here we go to Battle Destiny. Steve draws a 3, bringing his total up to 40. Now we move on to Wayne with his 4 Battle Destiny here. Draws a 4. Again, all these Destinies are going to be -1 thanks to Ahsoka Tano. Draws a 2, that becomes a 1. However, Tarkin will allow him to cancel and redraw it. Draws a 3. He's working with 32 right now. Draws a 0. Still at 32. And he's going to use the Sith Fury to take Mara Jade into hand. Remember, this is Steve's battle that he initiated into. And he'll draw a 4. So that's going to bring him up to 36. He'll be down by 4. I want to say that's either Aplak or Tarkin. Probably the Aplak. There goes Lando to the lost pile. Yep, Aplak to the lost pile. Obi-Wan with the ping damage. Where he loses sense and recoil and fear. And there goes Fen Rao, another. And so instead of using the getting another point of ping damage, he'll lose the Fen Rao. But however, Steve will concede. And Wayne will be 2-0. So well played. Let's go ahead and mark Wayne as our round 2 victor. So we have 3 players right now at 2-0. And they will be our, with the 2-0, will be our feature match for this next round after I get the pairings sent out to the players. So please feel free to stand by. Okay, our round 3 pairings are set. We have Mike Pistone on dark side versus Chris Kelly on light side. Jason on dark versus Wayne on light. Pat Johnson versus Garrett. Pat, again, dark side. Chad on light side versus Steve on dark. Chad on dark versus Steve on light. AJ on dark versus Bill on light. As the players have already went ahead and posted, let's go ahead, get back onto them, and continue with round 3 of Hera's Hyper Heist. Our feature match is going to be Mike Pistone on dark side versus Chris Kelly on light side. Actually, no, we're not going to start with Chris because we've already had Chris on as a feature match. Let's go to... We just had Wayne on. We already had Pat. We already had Steve. Let's go to AJ and Bill. I realize that both these players are unfortunately 0-2. However, I think this might be an issue. This might be a quick and easy, fun little match. Yeah, we'll come back. We'll bounce around. Both of these players have not been on stream just yet, and I can see the possibility of this being a fun and interesting match. Okay. So again, let's go out of this. Okay, let's go ahead and jump right on in to Rescue the Princess versus the Thrawn objective. Bill going down with Walklang Cell 2187 and a good blast right your side and restricted deployment. AJ, Ender Shield, Do they have a code clearance and alert my Star Destroyer V? There's Kessel on turn 1, so he should be able to get out at least the Chimera with Thrawn on turn 1 as well. Some of the other matches, Huntdown versus Hitco. Huntdown versus Agents in the Court. A Stunning Move versus Obi-Wan Commuting. And Hunt for the Droid General versus ISB. There is Grand Admiral Thrawn sitting on the Chimera at Lothal. Or I'm sorry, no, that is Kashyyyk, everybody. Sorry about that, everybody. So AJ sets himself up pretty nicely for turn 2. Bill gets out some Death Star sights. AJ already stacked 2 cards onto the Epic event. Unfortunately, we did not see what those were. Bill gets out C-3PO, plays battle order or battle plan, and will pass turn. So on top of the Hera's Heist going on right now, we also have a game of the Jawa Cup going on as well. Steve Harpster versus Brad Reinhold. Darkside Senate versus Hitco. AJ initiates the drain. It is going to be a drain of 2. And Bill has to stack a card. There is Free Ride and Ender Celebration getting stacked. As he loses Hear Me Baby Hold Together and The Best Shuffle Desperate Reach. All of our other games are currently in their setup phase. AJ getting out Fondor. This tells me that he is going to try and play the flagship executor. There's Admiral Piet. He is revealing Admiral Piet to get out the flagship executor. And there it is, going down to Fondor. As he moves the flagship over to Lothal. Passing turn over to Bill. Bill deploying more Death Star sites. And there is TK422V going down to attempt to free Princess Leia, or as she's better known, Prisoner 2187. AJ pulls out, "Come here, you big coward," to stop any retrieval. Admiral Piet will go get, "We're in attack position now." Luke Skywalker, the Rebellion's hope, going down to the Death Star docking bay. There is Luke's blaster pistol from hand. Really quick, checking up on Chris Kelly versus Mike Pistone, our top match. Mike currently has Darth Vader, the Emperor's Enforcer, with lightsaber, and Emperor Palpatine at the Ewok village. As Bill moves his characters around, not really fearing a lot. Leia has her blaster rifle. He can start doing some ping damage and drains at that location and then possibly get flipped. But again, with Thrawn, it's more of a space deck, more of a walker deck. Not a lot of those walkers and starships can go to those interior Death Star locations. Bill plays Escape Pod and We're Doomed to go ahead and pull himself to Jarek. He pulls Hojix. As AJ will drain, stacking the Escape Pod and We're Doomed. Drain for 2 at Kashyyyk. There goes R2-D2 in Red 5, plus Where Are You Looking For Me? That does flip AJ as he attempts to go pull himself a Battleground System or a Lothal site. There's the capital city. AJ going to attempt to satisfy battle plan as quick as he can. Tarkin's bounty getting deployed onto Grand Admiral Thrawn. Pulling him a card out of his force pile. Looks like he's trying to set himself up with a walker, possibly General Veers and one of the walkers. There's the We're in attack position. That's going to boost the immunity. That's going to boost the immunity to attrition of those Star Destroyers. Also going to reduce the cost of pilots. And it's going to allow AJ to ping Bill a little bit as he stacks General Veers and Moff Tarkin onto Blizzard 8. It's a lot of forfeit up there. Bill uses C-3PO to activate a force and put a card down. And now action moves over to Bill, as I do expect to see him drain at both locations and do some damage with the a good blaster at your side effect. AJ plays Secret Plans. There's a point of ping damage with C-3PO. Again, AJ is going to potentially lose a little bit of force here on this turn. go ahead and check up on Jason versus Steven. Not a lot of action. However, we have Darth Vader and the Emperor at the farm for... I'm sorry, that is Chad. So Chad has the Emperor and Darth Vader, Emperor's Enforcer, at the farm. Steve has Ahsoka Tano at the Tashi Station. Both players are on the 0 side of their objective. So we'll definitely check up on that game in a little bit. And our feature match, Bill going down with Lando Calrissian Scoundrel in front of the Blizzard 8. Padme Naberi going down as well. Sabine Wren going down as well. And let's go ahead and before we get into a fight here, we have another fight going on. Wayne versus Jason. Jason looks like he initiated a fight with Kylo Ren with lightsaber. He was able to hit the clone trooper. The clone trooper, or it looks like Obi-Wan, hit Kylo. Kylo was hit by the uncivilized blaster that Obi-Wan shot with. Bill uses Odin Nestler to move Luke Skywalker from the Death Star over to Lothal. And Bill draws some cards and we'll pass turn. Definitely sticking around with this Jason versus Wayne game. As we are in the middle of a battle, there's our Battle of Destiny. Wayne draws a 5 for the first one, as he only gets one. And it doesn't look like Jason drew Destiny with Kylo. The Clone Trooper does go to the lost pile. There's the Gick for Jason. So he will survive another day. Wayne is currently flipped, and Jason was the one who initiated there. So very interesting turn of events. Back over to our main game. It is on AJ's turn. We are in his activate phase. So he is going to cause some points of damage to Bill here. Really quick, let's go ahead and check up on Mike Pistone versus Chris Kelly. It is on Chris's deploy phase. We have a Luke Skywalker, Jedi Knight with Bionic Hand and lightsaber, Han with heavy blaster pistol, and a Captain Hera Syndulla, all staring down Emperor and Darth Vader, Emperor's Enforcer. Going to the battle phase. Chris will initiate. Chris with 8 cards in hand. Mike with 14. Han is going to shoot at Darth Vader, drawing a 6. That's going to hit Vader. I don't know how Chris was able to track that 6 around, but he was able to. Mike will play Lana Dobraid and Sacrifice to prevent the forfeit value from going down. However, Darth Vader, Emperor's Enforcer, was hit by Han Solo. Vader cancels Hera's game text. Luke will swing the lightsaber at the Emperor. No force push, and he draws a 7. Luke's going to hit the Emperor. Draws a 6 for Battle of Destiny, or 6 for the second Destiny. Chris drawing 7s and 6s like he's playing Hitco. Mike will play I Have You Now to add 2 Battle Destiny. No response from Chris yet. Here's the Hear Me Baby Hold Together to cancel it. AJ will walk away from that Doom stack at the capital city. Back into our secondary game, though. Action is back on. I can't tell because the timer's not running. Action is on Chris Kelly. Plays quite a mercenary V. Or no, he exchanges quite a mercenary V with Free Ride and Ender Celebration from his hand. Just to protect against a possible Force Lightning. In our feature game, Bill is draining. He will flip this turn. Vader is going to swing at Han with Heavy Blaster Pistol in our Chris Kelly versus Mike Pistone game. Draws a 4 for his first Destiny. That's going to hit. I Am Your Father is on the table, so that's going to cause a point of ping damage. Bill drains for 2 at the capital city. Chris loses Ahsoka Tano off the top of his deck. Chris plays The Force is Strong with this one to add a Battle Destiny. He's going to get himself 3 Destiny. Bill Kafer deploys Stolen Stormtrooper Blaster Rifle onto TK-422. Ahsoka Tano goes down as well. A power loss is now is shut down. I believe it does go out of play. And that flips Taco Bill. Back over to this exciting Hunt Down versus Hitco matchup. We just saw that Chris Kelly added a Destiny with The Force is Strong with this 1V. Action now is on Mike Pistone. Does Mike have anything else left in that 12-card hand of his? Before we move over to Battle Destiny. We've already seen him play I Have You Now to add to Battle Destiny. However, Chris Kelly plays Hear Me Baby Hold Together V to cancel it. Bill just chasing around that Blizzard 8. We do go to Battle Destiny. Chris draws a 6 for the first one. A 6 for the second one. And a 5 for the third one. Bringing his total up to 36. And Mike Pistone draws a 0 for Battle Destiny. He does have to. He will stack a card on I Feel the Conflict as he does lose the battle. He is currently down by 26. Bill playing Sobek in the middle of AJ's activate phase. There goes the Emperor. There goes Vader. Mike was still 18 Force to lose. Chris flips. And Mike Pistone will live to fight, continuing this game as he plays the Gick. Mike with the all-important Gick to survive. As we just saw that Chris did grab it with the grappling hook, and now we move into the end of Chris Kelly's turn. And we just saw that Bill played Sobek and won, causing U-3PO and Captain Gilad Pelion lost. AJ did ask for a revert to grab it, and Bill does allow it. Checking up on really quick, we see that Pat Johnson is currently flipped against Garrett Larson in this stunning move versus Obi-Wan commuting deck. Not necessarily, like, with the fact that Garrett has Obi-Wan's hut on the table and can subtract 2 from any permanent weapon, and being that Pat plays a lot of permanent weapons, you got to think that this would favor Garrett. However, based on the board state, things are looking pretty good if you're Pat. We do move into Garrett's turn, however. He does have a 12-card hand. He's going to get 14 force to work with. So let's see what he can do against Pat. As we see that Bill is draining. Again, Bill is not paying to drain, whereas AJ... No, Bill is paying to drain, while AJ is not. So, let's see. Let's go ahead and jump into another or a hunt down versus Agents in the Court deck. We have on Chad's turn Count Dooku, Darth Maul with double bladed lightsaber, and Dr. Evazan and Ponda Baba all staring down Luke Skywalker, Rebel Scout with Obi-Wan Kenobi, both having their lightsabers at the Tashi Station. We are in the middle of Chad's deploy phase. Just saw that Obi-Wan exchanged 2 cards from the lost pile to grab Neighboring Leads. Steve goes ahead and plays the Neighbor Leads during the deploy phase to get the heck away from the Tashi Station. He cannot, as he draws a 3 for the Destiny, and he's only got 1 card left. Chad initiates Darth Maul with double-bladed lightsaber. We'll swing at Luke Skywalker, Rebel Scout. He plays Sniper Dark Strike to add 3 to the total weapon defense value, or the weapons draw. Steve, with the Sense and Recoil and Fear, draws a 3. He did target Luke. Unfortunately, that fails due to the hunt down objective, so the Sniper Dark Strike will go through. Draws a 5 for the first Destiny. Again, this is going to be total plus 3. Draws a 2. That's going to be 7. Plus the 3 is 10. Luke will be hit and immediately operated on, sending him to the lost pile. There goes Luke, there goes Luke's lightsaber, and there goes the lightsaber proficiency. In our main game, AJ throws down Governor Price, moves over the walker, after we see that he did deploy Mara Jade with lightsaber, who was barriered against Ahsoka Tano with lightsaber. Obi-Wan swings his lightsaber at Dr. Evazan and Ponda Baba, draws a 2 for the first Destiny. Draws a 1. That is just enough to hit Dr. Evazan and Ponda Baba. They will be made forfeit 0. Maul swings his lightsaber at Obi-Wan, draws a 5 for the first Destiny. He needs at least a 2 or higher here. Draws a 4. That's going to hit Obi-Wan. Now he's going to have a decision to make. Do you make Obi-Wan immediately lost, or do you continue with the battle? I think the right play here is to continue with the battle, as you're already up by 9 in power. He draws a 4, so that's going to make him up by 13 currently before Obi-Wan draws his Battle Destiny. Obi-Wan will draw a 1. However, he can cancel and redraw that, taking it and let Luke into hand, which he will. Draws a 4, so it's going to be 20 to 11 with either Count Dooku or Maul going to the Lost Pile, as we see that Obi-Wan Kenobi will have to go to the Lost Pile as well. There goes Dr. Evazan and Ponda Baba. That will flip back Chad to the 7th side. He will lose Darth Maul with double-bladed lightsaber. In our feature game, Bill initiates against Mara Jade with lightsaber with Ahsoka Tano with lightsaber. Draws a 4. And Steve will peel the rest. And Bill draws a 5. Steve will concede over to Chad, as that beatdown really got him good. So Chad will take that game. As we bounce over to our main game, Mara Jade was hit. Ahsoka Tano was hit. Now, again, Ahsoka Tano does not make the Mara Jade fully, her force value down to 0, whereas Mara Jade does. Mara Jade still retains a force value of 5. Bill draws a 6 for Destiny. And AJ draws a 4, so that will clear and no other force will go down. So Wayne Cullen won as well. Wayne was able to defeat Jason in a ISB versus for the Droid General game. As we see, Bill is just moving. Again, he's just chasing that walker down as much as he can. Bill did spread out a little bit on the Death Star. Right now, Life Force, both players have 5 cards in hand. Bill sitting at 15 in Life Force. AJ at 14. This game is insanely close. Let's go ahead and jump back over onto Mike Pistone and Chris Kelly. As we see, we have another fight going down at the Endor Ewok Village. Mike came down with Mara Jade with lightsaber, hit Hera Syndulla. Mara Jade was also hit, and Chris Kelly wins that fight by 4. It looked like Luke went to... Yeah, a lot of play. So Mara Jade was hit by Luke. Captain Hera Syndulla was hit by Darth Maul with lightsaber, who pushed Luke out of the fight, making Luke go lost. Maul is sitting there by himself, and now Mike Pistone owes 4 in battle damage with the Gick on a grabber. So, interesting series of events for both players there. Mike sitting at 30 in Life Force. Chris sitting at 22. As we see Mike peel Force Field, Point Man, Darth Vader, Emperor's Enforcer. And there goes Mara Jade as well. So Maul sitting by himself at the Ewok Village with the Phantom Menace on the table. As we see AJ drain during the main game. He still has 1 card left in his reserve deck here. And here we go. Blizzard 4 going down in front of Lando Calrissian Scoundrel. AJ throwing down walkers like it's his job. Still in his deploy phase here. And we do initiate, AJ will initiate against Bill. Blizzard 8 versus Lando Calrissian Scoundrel. Lando will retrieve a Ray with lightsaber, so he'll get one extra power to his power. Power 8 to power 7 in favor of AJ. Bill pulls out his Don't Do That Again shield. And let's see. So I have one other game going on. Pat Johnson versus Garrett Larson. And let's actually jump into that. Well, we're going to actually dual box right now, as both these games are right in the middle of a battle. Pat has P-59, 2 Droidicas versus Ray at the Cantina. Oh, I'm sorry, P-60. As we see that AJ was able to get rid of Lando Calrissian at the cost of his Blizzard 4. In our second match, we have Ray, again, staring down P-60 and 2 Droidicas. The Droidica, or I'm sorry, that is P-59. He drew a P-60 for Destiny. The Droidica missed on the first shot. Pat sitting at power 15 to 9 right now. And he draws a 5 for Battle Destiny. And Garrett also draws a 5 for Battle Destiny. That he is going to make a 6. So it will be 20 to 16. As Pat is sitting down by... He's going to have to lose 2 Droidicas here. As we see that Garrett has to lose his right. Back over to our feature game. Again, AJ does move the walker over, so saving his walker, but he is taking a little bit in drains. And let's go back into Chris Kelly versus Mike Pistone. We have Luke, Captain Cassian Andor, and Lieutenant Plount all against Vani on the Executor. Chris draws a 6 for his Battle Destiny. For his first Destiny. He is getting 2 here. Draws a 1 for the second one. $19 to 2 in favor of Chris Kelly. Mike draws a 4. Chris with a lot of options here. He does cancel the Destiny with Captain Cassian Andor. As he'll put Han with Heavy Blaster Pistol out of play. So Captain Cassian Andor cancels that Destiny of 4. Chris is up by 17. Vanny has a forfeit value of 4. So Mike is going to be down by 13, again with the Gick on the grappling hook. He does stack a card onto I Feel the Conflict. It looks like he stacked Comp Scan Detention. Chris will take a look at the top 2 cards of his reserve deck. He shuffles, and again, Mike down by 13 after he loses Vanny. There goes an Escape. And this will also cancel Visions of the Emperor. No Escape, Emperor Palpatine, Sonic Bombardment, Lana Dobraid, I Am Your Father, Emperor's Personal Shuttle, Dr. Evazan and Ponda Baba, Sith Fury, Cloud City Downtown Plaza. We must accelerate our plans. Mike still has 6 to go. Blizzard 4. Again, this game over here is our current 2 versus 2 matchup. Tarkin's Bounty. All to the lost pile. He still has 4 more to go. All he has to do is lose Vane, and that is it. Emperor's Enforcer, or Visage of the Emperor, goes to the lost pile. Mike sitting at 12 cards in Life Force, 5 in hand. Chris Kelly, 21 in Life Force, 3 in hand. Let's go back into our game of cat and mouse. Bill versus AJ. As again, AJ is moving the walker, and Bill just keeps following. Let's go ahead and check up on Pat versus Garrett. Garrett coming down with Luke Scott, Master Luke with lightsaber against P59. P59 is hit. He adds 5 to the power, bringing his total up to 10. P59 sitting there, power 4, down by 6, no forfeit value, and his destiny is going to be 0 here. Garrett draws a 5, bringing his total up to 15. Again, that's going to be a 0. A 0 for Pat. Pat down by 11 in force here. So there goes P59. Does he have the Gick? He does have the Gick. So Pat will survive to live another day. In our feature game, we see that Bill was able to get R2-D2 in Red 5 plus Captain Hera Syndulla out to Fondor. He now is satisfying battle plan. Again, fairly close game. Both of our players here both have 11 force in their life force. We are in AJ's turn, as we just did see him drain. Now he is in the middle of using Captain Kirgi to take a look at the top of Bill's deck. Nope, he's going to drain. Again, he has to use 1 force for each of those drains, as now Bill is on the 7th side of his objective. In the Mike Pistone versus Chris Kelly game, Chris was able to move Luke from the Executor all the way over to the Death Star 2. However, now Mike is draining for 3 at the Ewok Village. Let's go back into that game really quick as we see that Mike just used the Phantom Menace to take a look at the 2 cards that he's got in his reserve deck. Luke all by himself over there at the Death Star 2 Chasm Walkway. As we start, okay, here we go. Mike Pistone drops down P59 in front of Captain Cassian Andor and Lieutenant Blount. He's got 2 cards left in his reserve deck. He should be able to shoot at least one of those characters there. There's a first strike as well. Chris thinking about what he should do here. He does do what he should do, and he plays Simple Tricks and Nonsense. That will stop the retrieval for Mike. However, Chris will still have to lose a force here, as Mike does initiate against Captain Cassian Andor and Lieutenant Blount. Chris loses Lando Calrissian Scoundrel off the top of his deck. P59 attempts to shoot Captain Cassian Andor, draws a 5. That's going to hit the Captain. And then Chris is going to have to lose 2 force to the damage from the P59 gun. Chris loses Scanner Text and Fly Casual, both off the top of his deck. Mike draws a 3 for his Battle Destiny, bringing his total up to 7. Chris draws a 5, going to bring his total up to 12. That's going to be P59 and 1 card for Mike. However, he also still has to stack a card onto I Feel the Conflict. So that's 2 force loss for Mike, plus the P59. Back into our main game. AJ just drops down Darth Vader, Emperor's Enforcer, to the Death Star in front of TK422, canceling his game text. And Mike Bastone will concede over to Chris Kelly. So what a beatdown for Chris. AJ cancels Han's game text and then initiates for free. AJ will add 5 to the total power there. Or add 3 to the total power, bringing his total up to 9. Bill will attempt to shoot at Vader. Draws a 6. That's going to hit the Sith Lord. Han is hitting Darth Vader a lot in this tournament. We've seen it from Chris Kelly and now Bill Kafer. AJ loses the Vengeance off the top of his use pile. And we have, in our second to final game, we have another fight. Pat drops down a bunch of droidicas in front of Luke. He's sitting at power 13. Garrett up to power 17. Bill loses 4 to the difference in power. Bill sitting at 6 in life force. AJ sitting at 10 in life force and 2 in hand. Bill with a no cards in his hand. Pat loses some droidicas to the fight, while Garrett still has Master Luke all by himself at the cantina. AJ does move the flagship Executor over in front of Captain Hera and R2-D2 in Red 5. And he leaves the Blizzard 8 also on the ground. Bill activates 3, saving himself 3 force. Drains for 2 at the Death Star. AJ will lose History, Philosophy, and Art and Gravity Shadow to the drain. There's the ping from C-3PO. AJ has to lose another card. As he loses Imperial Command off the top of his deck. Bill will pay 1 to retrieve 1 by putting Walkling out of play. He's going to retrieve that 0 and 7. So, yep, he will retrieve R2-D2 and Red 5. As Bill takes a look at the Destiny in his deck. Again, he's got 3 cards left in his reserve deck with 2 in Force Pile. Really quick, going to check on Pat and Garrett. Garrett, in his control phase, attempts to swing Luke's lightsaber, Anakin's lightsaber at P59. Bill attempts to move R2-D2 in Red 5. However, AJ has another Gravity Shadow. He draws off 4. The starship will have to stick around at Fondor. This could be really good for AJ or really bad for Bill, depending on your point of view. And it looks like Pat has scooped over to Garrett. So congratulations to Garrett. So again, Chris Kelly is sitting at 3-0. Garrett defeats Pat to move up to 2-1. And this is our last game going on for round 3. Sabine Wren moves over to the capital city. Bill with no cards left in his force pile. AJ activates. Uses 3. He's got 3 force left in his reserve deck. He's also got 3 force in his force pile. AJ drains, and he takes out of his deck with Governor Price the lateral damage. Drains for 2 at Kashyyyk. There goes a Jedi's Resilience and Rey with Lightsaber. Bill with 4 cards left. Captain Kurgi hits Obi-Wan with Lightsaber off the top of Bill's deck. Bill down to 3. You have to think that that lateral damage that we just saw him take is going to end the game. And Bill, after seeing the lateral damage, will concede over to AJ, as that is the end of round 3. So let's go ahead and get the next pairings for our 4th and final game of the day before we go into our final confrontation. Right now we have 2 players at 3 and 0. Unfortunately, both of them just got off playing light side. So here we go. Round 4. And I think we have to stick with that as our feature match. Let me go ahead and let the players know the pairings. And posting them into the forums. And our feature match will be Wayne Cullen versus Mike Pistone. We have Pat Johnson on Watch Your Step versus Chris Kelly on Revenge of the Sith Vader. We have Steve Yeager on... Actually, I forget what his dark side is right now. I think it's Thrawn. It's Thrawn versus Jason on Quiet Mining Colony. Wayne Cullen on with Revenge of the Sith Vader versus Mike Pistone playing Obi-Wan Communing. Garrett on Desert Landing Site SSA versus AJ on Hitco. And Bill Kafer on ISB versus Chad on There Is Good in Him to end the event. So here we go. Our feature game, everybody. Wayne Cullen versus Mike Pistone. And then again, Pat Johnson is 2-1 versus Chris Kelly, who is 3-0. So we have the possibility of two 4-0 players facing off in the finals. That would be very fun to watch. But first, Mike Pistone versus Wayne Cullen. Again, Mike Pistone is sitting at 2-1. Wayne as 3-0. Revenge of the Sith Vader versus Obi-Wan Communing. One of these decks has been called the best deck for light side. The other one is a dark side deck. Okay, currently sitting with 4 of our 5 games up right now. It looks like Bill is taking a 2-minute break as Chad is waiting for him. No problem there. Let's see. Yep, Mike Pistone, Obi-Wan versus Wayne. Steve versus Jason. Thrawn versus QMC. Watch Step Vader versus Vader. And SSA Desert Landing Site versus Hitco. Gemp should always be on the screen unless I'm the one who's doing it, because I always forget. Wayne, starting, instead of I Am Your Father, he's going to go with Crush the Rebellion. But he is able to get the I Am Your Father out on his first turn. That's pretty good. There's Mustafar and the Mustafar docking bay, one of the best looking docking bays in the game. And because none of our 10 players have dropped, all 10, well, all 8 who finished below second place will be able to have their chance at getting one of the one random deck box that will be announced. You know what, Jared? Should we do it on Holo Theater or should we do it right after the finals? You let me know. It's on you. As we are in Wayne's turn, he does get the Downtown Plaza into his hand. He does have the security tower. And Mike dropping down a bunch of locations as well. There's the Jabba's Palace Antechamber. There's the farm. There's Mos Eisley. All that's left is the Cantina. Wayne goes ahead and gets out Imperial Detention V. And then he'll draw up as well. Wayne, 10 cards in hand. Mike with Looking like 12. And just a reminder, the 2024 donation program is live. If you are interested in donating to the PC, go ahead and visit the PC website, starwarsccg.org/donations, and to donate today. All proceeds will go back into the PC in the form of events, prizes, and support to all things Star Wars CCG. Donate today and receive some exciting and cool prizes, including if you donate $200 or more, you will receive the 4th anthology box, the new Darksaber box that is the first chance of giving it away. And Wayne plays a Vader and Monarch to put cards back into Mike's use pile. Checking up on Chris Kelly versus Pat Johnson. Chris has already established himself in the Tatooine Cantina with Darth Vader, Dark Lord of the Sith, with lightsaber, and Lord Sidious with his lightsaber. Okay, so according to Jared, he will go ahead and take care of the random deck box today. He does have to check on some things before we give it out, so make sure everybody stay tuned to the forum for once it is announced. There's the Coruscant Works for Wayne. And let's go ahead and go picture in picture for Steve versus Jason. We are in the middle of Jason's battle phase as we see Steve play. They've shut down the main reactor. Jason grabs it on the Overseer. The Overseer is currently stuck at Bespin at this point. That is not good for Jason. We'll definitely check back on that game. Oh, and Jason is going to concede over to Steve. So Steve will advance to 2-0. So congrats to Steve. That is a kind of a blowout card. So Steve Yeager will move to 2-2. Back onto our main game, we see that Wayne goes ahead and plays Vader with Darth Vader's lightsaber to the Cloud City Chasm Walkway. Checking up on Bill versus Chad. Really quick. We have Bill playing ISB versus Chad playing There Is Good in Him. Admiral Ozzel is sitting at the Endor landing platform. No, he is not. On turn 2, Luke has been captured and is currently being held hostage by Admiral Ozzel. Bill will lose to. He'll lose the indoor platform as well as Lieutenant Pole Teardom from his deck as we go into Chad's turn. So we'll definitely take a look back at that game here momentarily. Wayne will take I Have You Now into hand with Crush of the Rebellion. And here we go. Let's go ahead and get back into that Chad versus Bill game as we have Chad going down with Jar Jar Binks and Qui-Gon Jinn with lightsaber against Admiral Ozzel and Admiral Piet at the Executor Docking Bay. This is really big. Chad draws a Sorry About the Mess and Death Squadron assignments to hit Admiral Ozzel. No, I'm sorry, that was with Jar Jar Binks. Qui-Gon swings at Piet, draws a Hera. Draws Where You Looking For Me. That's going to hit Piet. Bill with Admiral Shirnu on the Avenger with Captain Kirky. Chad draws a 4 for his Battle Destiny, bringing his total up to 13. Bill draws a 5, bringing his total up to 11. That's going to get rid of Qui-Gon. However, that also is going to stack a card on I Feel the Conflict, and on top of that, no, it's going to get rid of Jar Jar and then Qui-Gon. And that is smart by Chad. There's a Jedi's Resilience to take Qui-Gon back into hand. Ozzel still has to go to the lost pile. And Luke will be free from his Imperial captives. And back into our feature game, we see that Wayne has established himself at the Chasm Walkway with Vader. He did drain for 2 on the last turn. He drains for 2 now, making Mike lose Clash of the Sabers and relatively unprotected. There's Colonel Jendin and Vader's personal shuttle. Let's go ahead and check up on Chris versus Pat as we see Pat, or at the end of Chris's turn, we see Mara Jade staring down Lord Sidious. Pat, however, has the Pulsar Skate at Mustafar and the Millennium Falcon over at Kessel with the Kessel run started. In our feature game, Wayne went ahead and played Grand Moff Tarkin onto Colonel Jendin's ship, as he saves 7 force with 14 in hand and passes turn. Mike doing communing things by taking a look. He goes ahead and tries to deploy a battleground site with Master Kenobi. Misses. And here we go. The 10 of 4 going down to Mustafar. With Lieutenant Blount. Seen a lot of him today. Padme going down as well. And a Han, Chewie, and the Falcon. This is not good for Wayne. Mike adds 3 to his power with Master Kenobi. There is a Destiny to power. Draws a 1. And there's the Jedi Levitation to take Master Luke into hand. As he draws a 5 for Battle Destiny. He'll be at 24 power. However, he plays You Do Not Have Your Moments to add 3. It does go lost, but he's now going to be at 27. Wayne draws a 6, bringing his total up to 13. That's just going to be Padme. However, Moff Tarkin and the shuttle are probably going to be going lost here. And he still has 3 in battle damage to cover. So, really good fight for Mike Pistone. There goes Rise of the Sith, Cloud City Downtown Plaza, and a Vader's Obsession, all to the lost pile. And it looks like we've got 3 games left. Believe the... Let's see. Let's go ahead and check on our last one. Steve Yeager won. Oh yeah, Shad versus Bill is still going on. Really quick, let's go ahead and bounce into AJ versus Garrett. On Garrett's turn, Lord Maul with lightsaber versus a young Skywalker at the Cantina. Looks like Garrett drew enough to get rid of young Skywalker, and the Phantom Menace is on the table, so Maul will stick around. Looks like a Maul strike came into play there. Now, all AJ has left is Ahsoka Tano. As we see that Garrett draws a few cards and passes turn over to AJ. So he's definitely going to have some decisions here. Does he want to stick around in the Cantina, or does he want to vacate it? As he only has 3 cards in hands. However, one of those cards is an Unita. That's going to allow him to get the young Skywalker back into his hand. Young Skywalker goes down to the Cantina again. As we see in our main game, Lord Sidious goes down to Mos Eisley. Captain Hera Syndulla comes down as well. That's going to give him an extra battle destiny. P-59 comes down for Wayne. With Aura Singh with Blaster Rifle come down as well. As we see that AJ was able to put Maul Strikes out of play. As we have AJ initiating a fight against Garrett. First strike is on the table. There goes a Prince Shizor off the top of the deck for Garrett. AJ will not be able to retrieve with Come Here You Big Coward on the table. Maul is going to attempt to swing at Luke. He draws a 1 for the first Destiny. That's not going to cut it unless he draws a 6 or higher here. And he does draw the 6. He draws a Restraining Bolt. That's going to hit Luke, making him forfeit value. of 0. And Garrett in the chat says, got him. That's almost as bad as saying Batmouse sends his regards. AJ draws a 6. Or sorry, he draws a 7 and a 5, bringing his total up to 27. Garrett draws a 1. He does have to stack a card and is down by 12 in total power. AJ gets to do commuting things, and now Garrett will have to lose 12 in battle damage. As we see in our main game, Mike finally gets the Cantina out. He did not decide to pay to drain, as it would only be a drain of 1. AJ he does look at the top 2 cards of his deck. He's deciding on what he wants to take here. There's Master Luke going down to the farm, with Mike taking a card from his use pile. And goes Young Skywalker for AJ. And it looks like Garrett's willing to peel some cards. As he loses a Restraining Bolt, Darth Vader, Dark Lord of the Sith, Ellis Halrod, and a Stunning Leader before he loses Count Dooku. So he did decide to peel some cards, keeping around Lord Maul with lightsaber against staring down that Ahsoka Tano. So it does look like we only have 3 games left, as Chad was able to beat Bill Kafer. So it looks like Bill, unfortunately, went 0-4 in this match, or in the event. Go ahead and check up on Chris Kelly and Pat Johnson. Oh, no. No. Don't do that now. Sometimes camp is not fun. Gimp was working all day, okay. Okay, now we can go ahead and check up on Chris and Pat, as I did have to switch my browsers around a little bit, everybody. I'm sorry about that. Again, Pat was able to just complete the Kessel Run, retrieving himself some cards. Pat in control of space at this point. Chris in control of ground. As we did just see that Pat was able to retrieve all of the cards during Chris's turn. So now we do move on into Pat's turn to see what he's going to do this turn. I am expecting to see him at drain for at least 3 this turn. As he moves Vader over to the Cantina. I like this because anytime Pat would play an interrupt, it would be a lost interrupt. So smart move by Chris. even though he did give up the Cantina. Let's go ahead and back to our main game. As it is the start of Wayne's turn, he did activate. He is now looking for some cards in his reserve deck. And let's go back into this AJ versus Garrett game. As we did just see, Garrett came back down with Count Dooku after playing No Escape, initiated, and caused a little bit of damage to AJ in the Cantina. So he lost 5 in battle damage. So good turn of event for Garrett, causing a little bit of damage as we do go into AJ's turn. There's a double back from Garrett, attempting to pull Boba Fett, a Dengar, Forlom, or Dan's Born out of his deck. He does hit on Dengar with Blaster Carbine. As we go back into this main game of Wayne versus Mike, Wayne drops down Kylo Ren with lightsaber and Asajj Ventress with lightsaber. And there's a Ponda Baba or Dr. Evazan and Ponda Baba coming down as well against Master Luke with Luke's lightsaber, with Luke's bionic hand, and Leia's blaster rifle. And let's go back into this Garrett versus AJ game as we just see that AJ comes down with Ezra Bridger and Lando Calrissian Scoundrel. Lord Maul with lightsaber takes a swing at Lando, draws a 4 for the Destiny. In our feature match, Mike has the Quite a Mercenary to cancel Dr. Evazan's and Ponda Baba's game text. Lando is hit in AJ versus Garrett. AJ draws a 2 for his first Battle Destiny. Draws a 2 for the second one. That's not going to crack the immunity of any of those characters. Garrett subtracts 1 as AJ does grab it, so he's only going to have a 3 here. Garrett only drawing 1 Battle Destiny with the total -1. He draws a 6. It's going to become a 5. It's going to give him 18. He's only going to have to lose 1, as AJ is going to have to lose at least 2 characters here. AJ does have the choice. Does he lose just Ahsoka, or does he lose Ezra and Ahsoka? AJ deciding on what he wants to do. Wayne decides not to fight against Luke and Leia with Dr. Evazan, Asajj, and Kylo. Mike will use Walk Link and put it out of play to retrieve the Quite a Mercenary V. AJ decides to lose both Ezra and Ahsoka. So let's get back onto our main game, and then we'll go check on Pat versus Chris in a little bit. Speaking of that game, let's go ahead and get into it, as we're currently in Chris Kelly's draw phase after we see that he moves some characters around. He also is able to get out Colonel Jendon, Invader Shuttle, with Director Krennic and Grand Admiral Thrawn. I'm assuming that's Grand Admiral Thrawn V. I am expecting to see Chris play his resistance shield at this point. And there it is. As he is staring down drains of 5 in total this turn. Backing onto our main game, we see that Mike plays Sorry About the Mess to swing Luke's lightsaber. The question is, who is he going to target with it? Luke is going to attempt to swing at Vader. Draws a 3 for Destiny. Draws a 5. That's going to hit Vader. However, Wayne has always 2 there to make it a Destiny of 2, so that's not going to hit Vader. Vader will live. Into our secondary game, Tobias Beckett goes down in front of Lord Sidious. Mike drains for 2 at Mustafar. As we see that scanner text is currently on the Mustafar system. Rio Durant goes down as well in front of Lord Sidious. Corin Horn joins as well, making it so that Lord Sidious cannot just exclude one smuggler. So Chris is able to exclude one smuggler. However, Pat still has at least 2 here. Mike checking out his destinies after draining at Mustafar. And Pat will initiate against Lord Sidious. Lord Sidious is going to exclude Tobias Beckett, bringing Pat's total power down to 6. As Chris is going to add a destiny, playing I Have You Now with Corin Horn sitting there. Mike plays Jyn Erso to block the drain at the farm. Waiting to see if anyone else has any other tricks. And there's a Vader's Obsession from Chris to shuffle up his reserve deck. Both Chris and Pat are both getting 2 destinies in this battle. As we see that Mike moves Leia and Luke over to Mos Eisley in front of Lord Sidious, P-59, and Aura Singh with Blaster Rifle. Pat draws a 5 for the first destiny. Draws a 4 for the second one. That's going to bring his total up to 15. Chris, again, drawing 2 destiny for himself. Draws a 3. He is currently down by 7. And draws a 2. That's going to bring him to a total of 10. He'll be down by 5. He's going to have an interesting decision here. Does he want to peel cards, or is he going to lose Lord Sidious? Rio Durant looks for a Starfighter in Chris's deck, in his lost pile. As Rio Durant does go to the lost pile. leaving Cornhorn and Tobias Beckett there. Chris with a very, very important decision here. And he's going to peel some cards. He's going to lose Coruscant the Works. There goes a force field as well. He's still got 2. Sniper Dark Strike. Vader's Obsession. And a Zuckuss and Forlom in the Mist Hunter. So Chris did decide to peel cards there. Moving back over to our main game. See that Wayne just plays Confiscate Detection to get rid of Jyn Erso. And she does check out and see what is in Wayne's hand. And it looks like AJ and Garrett are still going on as well. With Garrett pretty much in control of the board. Noticing that he still has Lord Maul with lightsaber, Count Dooku at the Cantina, and now he has Boba Fett in Slave 1 sitting at Nal Hutta. So again, things aren't looking terribly for Garrett. As he is draining, Prophecy of the Force will move over to the Cantina, and he goes into his deploy phase. Now, the Prophecy of the Force did move in the control phase, as we see that Garrett goes from his control phase all the way to his move phase and ending his turn. So let's go ahead and get back to our main game, as we see that Wayne goes ahead and plays Invader Monarch Lost, hitting, I think I can handle myself, Hojix, Leia Rebel Princess, Run Luke Run, Rey, Captain Hera Syndulla, Yoda Master of the Force, and 3PO with his parts showing. Getting rid of 2 Reys can be really big there. As we see that Wayne is going to drain at the farm. And we see that Mike has to lose 2 cards there. He loses 3PO with his parts showing from hand and a Bith Shuffle combo off the top of his reserve deck. If Vader was alone by himself, it would have been a drain of 3. However, being that he has Kylo Ren, Asajj Ventress, and Dr. Evazan and Ponda Baba there, it is only a drain of 2. And sitting in a lot of thinking right now between all of our players. However, let's go ahead and go back into Garrett versus AJ, as we have Luke Skywalker, Rebel Scout, plus Obi-Wan with lightsaber facing down Lord Maul and Count Dooku. AJ swings with Obi-Wan against Lord Maul, draws a 4 for the first Destiny, draws a 4 for the second Destiny. That is not going to be enough, as Maul has defense value of 8. Maul swings away at Luke Skywalker, Rebel Scout. However, AJ does have the blaster deflection. There is the Force is strong with this one to add 1 battle destiny for AJ. Who draws a 5 for the first destiny. Draws a 4 for the second destiny, bringing his total up to 24. Again, both those destinies were +1 because of Like My Father Before Me. Garrett draws a 4 as well, bringing his total up to 18. He's going to be down by 6. He is going to have to stack a card. However, that's only going to be counting Dooku in battle damage. As we are probably going to see Obi-Wan with lightsaber go to the lost pile. No, he will lose Luke Skywalker, Rebel Scout. That's going to allow him to the possibility to swing again if Garrett initiates here. Which I do believe that Garrett will. As we move out of AJ's battle phase and back over into Garrett's turn. We'll definitely come back to that game once they initiate their next battle. In the meantime, let's go back over to our main game where we are in Wayne's move phase. We see that he is moving characters around. He starts with Dr. Evazan and Ponda Paba. There goes Lord Sidious into the Cantina. Pretty good play because if Mike moves over Leia and Luke, he can exclude the Luke, only have to face down Leia, and it's easier to dodge a blaster than it is a lightsaber. Vader will move from the farm over to Mos Eisley, increasing the amount of characters at that site. Let's go back and check up on AJ versus Garrett as we have Garrett throwing down Darth Vader, Dark Lord of the Sith, against Obi-Wan. He does initiate. He'll pay 1 to initiate. He can pay 1 to retrieve with first strike. AJ, with no cards in his force pile, no cards in his hand, doesn't have much he can do here except for losing a card off the top of his deck to the first strike. Maul will swing away at Obi-Wan. Draws a 1 for his destiny. But he draws a 6 on the back, and that will hit Obi-Wan, making him defense value or forfeit value 0. Obi-Wan swings back at Maul, draws a 2. He will need a 7 here to hit Maul. That is not enough. Darth Maul will live, and we will move on. As AJ will concede over to Garrett, getting Garrett to 3-1. As we only have 2 games left, Chris Kelly versus Pat Johnson, and Wayne versus Mike Pistone. And unfortunately, if you're a Chris Kelly fan, things are not looking generally good. As we go ahead and dual box right now to finish out both of our last games before we go into our final confrontation. One game final confrontation between our top two players. We are in the middle of Pat's deploy phase. He has just moved around some characters. He has Wedge Antilles, Mirax Turek, and Talon Card on the Pulsar Skate against a Zuckuss and Forlom in the Mist Hunter, Colonel Jendon and Vader's personal shuttle, Grand Admiral Thrawn V, and Director Orson Krennic. As Luke Skywalker, the Rebel Scout, goes down in front of Asajj Ventress. Mike throws down Yoda, Master of the Force, down to the antechamber. And we have a battle up in space. The Pulsar Skate versus Zuckuss and Forlom in the Mist Hunter with Colonel Jendon in Vader's shuttle. Mike deploys Captain Hera Syndulla to the Chasm Walkway. Pat getting around Zuckuss and Forlom in the Mist Hunter to play all wings report in from Lost Pile to get a destiny of 6. He still has one draw left as he draws a 7. Pat with 13 in power, or 13 to total battle destiny. He'll have 20 in power. I'm sorry, he'll have 21. Chris draws a 3 as he ups his power to 16. Mike spreading out as much damage as he can. Chris has to lose 14 into attrition here. There goes a Zuckuss and Forlom, as well as a Grand Admiral Thrawn V. Mike playing ultimatum here. Chris deciding to attempt to put some cards back. Plays Imperial Command. Yeah, things are not looking that good for Chris Kelly as Mike plays A Dark Time for the Rebellion. Sorry about that, folks. Right now, Garrett Larson is on the bubble. He is clearly rooting for Pat Johnson here. Mike needs to win this game to have a chance. For those who are watching Chris Kelly versus Pat, he's asking why Vader's anger is not working. Vader, because he's not alone. In our main game, Wayne plays Sniper and Dark Strike in the control phase to target Luke Skywalker. Mm. For those who are watching right now, against Chris Kelly and Pat, both of them are asking about why Vader's anger will not allow Vader to move if a character follows, or allow Vader to follow a character that moves. Both players are saying, well, it might not come into play, it might come into play. Yeah. So, if anybody in the chat is following along and understands why, but looks like Chris is going to concede over to Pat. So Pat will defeat Chris Kelly. Pat moving up to 2-2. Chris is sitting at 3-1. And here we go. Again, our last game finishing up right now is Wayne versus Mike Pistone. Vader attempts to swing his lightsaber at Leia. Cancels one of the destinies, and he will still hit as he draws a total weapon destiny of 5. So Leia is forfeit value 0 and hit. Mike has to lose a card here. Pat draws a 5 for Weapon Destiny. That is barely just going to miss Vader. Wayne plays I Have You Now V to get a second Battle Destiny against Leia. Mike will activate a force with I Can't Believe He's Gone V. Wayne draws a 4 and a 6 for Battle Destiny, bringing his total up to 16. And Mike draws a 1. It's going to be 16-3 in favor of Wayne. Vader is immune. Mike has to lose 13 unless he's got the Hojiks. There goes Leia. There goes the blaster rifle. And there's the Hojiks to keep Mike alive. As Leia pops back up from the grave. as we still are in Wayne's move phase. Wayne with 21 in life force, 2 in hand. Mike sitting at 8 in life force, 2 in hand. Wayne drawing cards. As we go back into Mike's turn, he drains for 2 at Mustafar. Again, he's going to be doing some damage here himself. 2 at Mustafar, 2 at Vader's castle, 1 at the antechamber, and then 2 at the security tower. Yeah, Mike doing some damage during the drain phase. Bringing Wayne down to 13 in life force. Just did 7 points of damage to Wayne there. Mike still in his deploy phase. Thinking about what he wants to do here. One thing he might want to do is move Leia away from Vader. There's not many places she can go, though. Again, Mike thinking about what he wants to do here. He's got 2 cards in his hand, 8 force in his force pile. Got 11 people watching this final game. As Master Luke goes down with Yoda. Getting Luke's lightsaber back from the lost pile. Mike again with 1 card left in his hand, 3 cards left in his force pile. Wayne, 3 cards left in his hand. He's going to have 13 force to work with next turn. Leia runs away from Vader. Mike draws a card from his force pile, bringing his total up to hand into 2. He's got 7 in life force, and he's about to take actually fair bit of damage, unless, of course, Leia has not used her game text this game. Wayne will activate down to 1 in reserve deck. Again, he has a 3-card hand here. Hojix is sitting on top of Mike's lost pile. Yeah, We'll see, Bill. We'll see. As he does pay to drain at the cantina for 2. Oh, you're right. Thank you, Bill. There goes Lando, and where are you looking for me? Off the top of the deck. And I don't... Yeah, ultimatum is not in effect, so he's going to be taking 5. Too many Vader cards. Yeah. While Vader alone and armed with a lightsaber and present at a site, your force range are +1. Force range amount plus is 3. However, Aplak goes down in front of Captain Hera Sandula. No destiny for Mike. But he does activate 1. Adds 3 to his power. This might not cause any overflow. He'll draw a 3 for Battle Destiny, bringing his total up to 8. Yeah, that's not going to cause any overflow as he only outpowers Mike by 1. Hera will go to the lost pile. Black will walk out. As Vader teleports all the way from Tatooine, all the way back over to his castle. Wayne deciding to keep Aplak in effect. Mike activates. He's got 6 force in his force pile. Let's see what he's going to do. He is going to drain for a few this turn. Drains for 2 at the antechamber. There goes. There goes a Gick and a Sonic Bombardment, both off the top. Drained for 2 at Mustafar. He loses the Vader and Vader's Anger. Wayne with 10 cards in Life Force. Mike with 6. Yoda moves over to the farm during the move phase. The Han shooting the Falcon does take off. With Lieutenant Blount going down to the docking bay. Leia does move over to the farm as well. Both players with one card in their hand. However, Mike does decide to draw 2 more cards, so he's got 3 in hand, 4 in life force. Wayne sitting at 1 in hand, 10 in life force. This is as close as it gets, people. Will it be Wayne who moves to 4-0, or will Mike Pistone move to 3-1? Wayne does activate everything. He'll drain at the Cantina for 2. There goes a Were You Looking For Me? And an Unita from hand. Wayne with 7 cards left. Wayne with 7 cards left in his force pile. As he drains for 1 at the Chasm Walkway. Mike goes down to 3 cards in life force. Loses quite a Mercenary V off the top of his deck. Wayne, 4 cards left in force pile. Vader can go teleport to any battleground site from the castle. And Vader moves in front of Master Luke. I like that move. As Wayne also moves Kylo Ren in front of Leia and Yoda. And he'll keep Aplak sticking around at the Chasm Walkway, as he also moves Dr. Evazan and Ponda Baba as well. And Wayne, 10 cards in life force to Mike's 3. Mike activating 1. He's got 1 force saved in his reserve deck. What is he going to do with that 1 force? Still in the middle of his activate phase, thinking about what he wants to do this turn. Again, he's going to be able to drain for 3, but that's only going to bring Wayne down to 7. Wayne can easily pay for 2 drains. As he loses, I have you now and a Lord Sidious off the top, so he's got no cards in hand left. He's got 9 cards left in his life force. He's down to 8 after the drain at the docking bay. As he loses a Sidious Saber off the top of his reserve deck. Almost feel like that's a card he would want to get out of there. Yoda moves over in front of Asajj Ventress. Leia does the same. And a Han shooting the Falcon moves from Mustafar back down to the castle. This is going to put some pressure on Wayne. Does he drain this next turn? He's only going to be able to do 2 drains. One of them will be at the Cantina, a drain of 2. However, the other one would be only a drain of 1. Mike still has 4 cards left in hand in life. If Mike is able to do 6 points of damage on his neck, if he has another turn and is able to do 6 points of damage, Mike would actually be able to pull this one out. However, it is so tight for him right now, I don't know what his options are. Wayne does activate down to 5. He uses down to 5. Saving 3 cards. This informs me that he's either going to fight with Asajj Ventress or Vader. Most likely, he's going to attack with Darth Vader. If he is able to hit Luke, that will cause a 4th point of damage. No, Wayne activates everything. He will drain for 2 at the Cantina. Mike loses Run Luke Run and Anakin's lightsaber off the top. He's got 2 cards left. Wayne drains for 1 at the Chasm Walkway. Mike loses. I can't believe he's gone off the top of his deck. He is down to his final card in his life force. Wayne thinking about what he wants to do here. He's in the middle of his deploy phase. Again, right after this game, we will go into our final confrontation. We'll be the top player versus the second player. The top player will decide the side that he wants to be in a 1-game final confrontation. Wayne does go into his battle. And into his move phase. As he will move Kylo Ren over with Asajj Ventress. Wayne still in his move phase. As he'll use 1 force to move Ventress over to the Cantina. Aplak will die this turn, as he does not have the force to pay the upkeep on him. Mike will be draining for 5 this turn. That should leave Wayne with 3 cards left in his deck. Just enough to force drain Mike Pistone out of the game. Drains for 2 at Mustafar. There goes a force field and a force field. Wayne, 6 cards left. Drains for 1 at the private platform. There goes another Aplek. Drains for 2 at the castle. Bringing Wayne down to 3. As Yoda will move into the cantina, Leia will join. That will block the drain, and this tells me that Leia has not used her game text so far. Lieutenant Blount moves over, joining the Han shooting the Falcon at Vader's castle. Again, Wayne, 3 cards left in his life force. Mike with 1. Wayne activates 1. Checks out his destiny. Does he have enough? Is one of those cards able to hit Leia with P59? Is one of those cards a 3 or higher? Wayne in the chat says, UG, that does not tell me that those cards are high enough. Wayne, in his activate phase, says, wow. I'm wondering what the wow was for. Again, he is still in his activate phase. Again, action is on Wayne as he is under 4 minutes left on his timer. Again, the question now comes down to it. What are those destiny cards? What are those cards in his life force? What are those 2 cards? Again, he just needs to, if he can hit Leia with P59, he would need a 4 or higher to hit Leia, thus doing 2 damage. Moves into his deploy phase. Moves into his battle phase. If he was to initiate here, Yoda would get +3 to his power, bringing it up to 9. And we do have an initiation of a fight. Wayne sitting at 17 in power, 2. Mike's 9. Draws a Battle Destiny of 1. 18 to 9. Mike draws a 4, and he's going to add 1 with the effect, bringing his total up to 14. He's only going to be down by 4. Yoda will go to the lost pile, or he'll go to the communing effect, or epic event. Aura Singh will go lost. Yes, he does not go lost. Yes. Yes, because he was not lost. Yeah. This had to be one of the closest games of Star Wars I've seen on a long time. As Mike activates 1. And will drain out Wayne. Mike Pistone. So there are 4 players. So we now have 4 players at 3 and 1. That's the end of the main event. Let's check out the standings. Okay, everyone, the standings are set. I will be posting them, and then I'll also show them. Oh, yeah, I'm so pumped, Jared. You don't know how pumped I am right now. I know this sucks for the players, but this is like the best thing that could have happened today. Okay, everybody, I'm going to bring over the standings. And then what we'll do, I'm going to bring over the standings, and I'll show from our final standings. And then we'll move into we'll announce it to our top 2 players. At 10th place, Bill Kafer with a record of 0-4. AJ Hatum in 9th place with a record of 1-3. Jason Randu with a record of 1-3 at 8th place. In 7th place is Chad Lawrence, was finishing at 2-2. 6 is Steven Yeager at 2-2 as well. Correct, Mike. This is the standings. 5th place goes to Pat Johnson at 2-2, our highest 2-2. Our first 3-1 player, Garrett Larson, finishing in 4th place. In 3rd place is Wayne Cullen with a strength of 3-1 with a strength of schedule of 14. In 2nd place with a strength of schedule of 16 is Mike Pistone. And in 1st place, due to the tiebreaker of opponent's strength of schedule, with the same strength of schedule, is Chris Kelly. So Chris Kelly will have the honor of picking the sides. So Chris, will you be picking light side or dark side? So I do think that we're going to take like a 5-minute break. I have been sitting here for the last 4.5 hours. I really need to go to the bathroom. So we'll be back right after this short break. And then once we figure out what Chris wants to play, we'll figure it out. And then we'll have our final confrontation. Congrats to Mike and to Chris on an insane tournament. Okay, everybody. After that last round in the event, it does look like, unfortunately, we're going to have to wait for the finals. Both Mike and Chris, unfortunately, have family obligations, and it's totally understandable. So what we're going to do is the finals will be rescheduled at another point in time this weekend. So I believe it will be at some point tomorrow. So please stick around. Once everything is confirmed, we will let you know. Please stick on to the forums, Twitter, Slack, Discord, whatever. Because I don't know about you, but after that last game, I am pumped for these finals. Chris Kelly versus Michael Stone. I mean, that was just an insane, so well played by Mike at the very, very end. Wayne, you played amazing today. All props to you, man. All the players, thank you for participating. It has been a joy to host this today. I can't wait for next year's events as well. Jared, thank you for putting these together. Thank you, everybody, for watching. Until next time, everybody, enjoy the rest of your weekend. I don't know how anybody can calm down after that last game. But enjoy yourselves, remain safe, and as always, may the force be with you. Good day, everybody.